स्वच्छता के नियमों को अपनाए, ये जन जन को सिखलाए। हर आने वाली पीढ़ी पे इस बात की जिम्मेदारी है,
और इस जिम्मेदारी में हम सबकी भागीदारी है, इसे पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी निभाना
theme 3R and circularity. Our region, the Asia Pacific, is the world's most populous and dynamic region, which accounts for 63% of material use and 2/3 of global growth. It becomes essential for us all to ensure that improvements in resource efficiency and sustainable management of resources reflect in our policies, in our global promises, and in our government practices. On day 3 of the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific, I welcome back delegates from 24 Asia-Pacific member countries, officials from 33 states and union territories of India, representatives from 15 union ministries of the Government of India, APIC's technical institutions, industry associations, and startups. We hope that the delegates who were part of the field visit yesterday enjoyed their time visiting not just the waste-to-energy plant and sanitary landfill site at Jaipur, but also the sewage treatment plant. Delegates also went on guided tours to the Hawa Mahal, the City Palace, the Patrika Gate, and to Albert Hall. A total of 184 people were part of the Jaipur Darshan yesterday. Yesterday at the forum, delegates took part in 5 country breakout sessions to discuss major new initiatives and achievements in 3R and circular economy. The 5 country breakout sessions also discussed major challenges in capacity, finances, technology, infra, in promoting 3R and a circular economy. Yesterday, we were also joined by Shri Bhupender Yadav ji, Honorable Union Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, who shared that India's circular economy could generate a market value of over $2 trillion and create close to 10 million jobs by 2050. Shri Bhupender Yadav said that our collective regional and global nudge towards building a circular economy may act as a catalyst that will drive one of the biggest transformations in business since the Industrial Revolution 250 years ago. Circular economy could provide a potential $4.5 trillion in additional economic output by 2030 world over. Today, on day 3, we look forward to exciting discussions scheduled across the venue. In a few minutes, we will listen to the keynote address by Professor Sriram Ramakrishna from the National University of Singapore, who will be speaking about circular economy in the context of urban resilience, implication towards SDG 11, which is the SDG about sustainable cities and communities. This will be followed by a plenary, which will facilitate the launch of reports, and this will be followed by a special address by Professor Amit Kapoor, Chair, Institute of Competitiveness, Stanford University, on the Mahakumbh. The keynote address by Ms. Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, will be about Swachh Bharat mission, India's mission for sanitation, cleanliness, and waste management. After this keynote address, 6 parallel roundtable sessions will be taking place in 6 different venues. The details will be on your screen when we reach there. At around the same time, we will be having the business roundtable in the India Pavilion, and then the discussion on tech solutions for circularity, challenges, and opportunities. We will convene at noon in the main auditorium where you are right now to listen to the key findings of each of the 6 roundtable discussions. Post-lunch from 2 p.m. onwards, we have 2 important sessions being facilitated: the plenary on greening SMEs towards circularity and the role of PPP, as well as the India-Japan bilateral dialogue. In the afternoon, we will review the new declaration and listen to the chair's summary. And the final plenary for the session and also for the forum will be led by Shri Tokan Sahuji, Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. To start off today's session, we have Professor Sriram Ramakrishna from the National University of Singapore, who will be speaking about circular economy in the context of urban resilience, implication towards SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. I request you, sir, to please come on stage.
Thank you, Hazarika, for your kind introduction. Excellencies, delegates, good morning. As you can realize, I have a presentation out there with the title, Circular Economy, Waste-Derived Economic Growth and Resilience. I have about 100 plus slides. Dr. Ganesh, who invited me for this forum, he wanted to test whether I'm a real professor or not. So he changed my topic. So I prepared a different presentation, but he changed my topic. The topic is Circular Economy in the Context of Urban Resilience, Implications Towards SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. SDG 11 is designed to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Well, I always consider I'm a lucky guy. Also, serendipity plays always towards me. When Dr. Ganesh changed my topic, even though I don't have the slides, it's wonderful for me. You know why? Anybody can guess? Well, I come from Singapore, originally from India, but Singapore is one of the well-known example of high-quality urbanization, I would say, in the world. Like I lived there for 30 years. I have seen the transformation of Singapore over the last 30 years. It's clearly one of the finest example in terms of high-quality urbanization, which is livable at the same time, very green, and is also economically vibrant. Many global rankings make Singapore one of the most happiest place on planet Earth. I know anybody from Bhutan, I'm sure you would disagree with me, because Bhutan colleagues also feel they are extremely happy and also appear very well on the United Nations rankings. Since time is only 15 minutes and I'm also a professor, I have to make sure I remind myself I should stick to the time. Otherwise, I would go on giving out lectures for hours. So I will stick to the time. But my focus is using an example of Singapore, explain to you SDG 11. Why I chose Singapore as an example, because I have more familiarity with that one. Second, I think I noticed there are many of you are either government leaders, mayors, or policy makers. So you would want to have an example to believe it. Otherwise, there's a lot of things people talk about. So I thought I'll give the best example via Singapore. So don't think I'm promoting Singapore too strongly. I have a feeling, a good feeling for both India as well as Japan. More than 30 years ago, I lived in Japan for 3 years. So both India and Japan are the co-hosts of this conference. I have a very high regard for both of you. But the more I talk about Singapore, you probably think this guy is promoting Singapore a bit too much. So that's the subtext for you. I think about 3 to 5 decades ago, Singapore understood that breathing spaces and sound waste management prerequisites for quality urbanization, population growth, and economic growth. I say that from the example of Bengaluru. I don't know whether anybody. I lived there before 35 years ago. And Bengaluru has always been stated as a green city and has lots of green canopy. So same way, Singapore always understood green canopy is extremely important while you are increasingly urbanizing for catering growing number of people moving from rural to the urban city centers. At the same time, they're looking for better economic opportunities. So to make the city livable at the same time urbanization, green canopy is extremely necessary. So Singapore's green canopy is very high according to the global rankings. Again, we appear very well on the green canopy per capita. Now, come to the other examples what we do. I was part of the discussions in Singapore we have Singapore Green Plan 2030 towards a zero waste city. So this is part of the carbon neutrality by 2050. So according to this particular plan, we want to move towards a zero waste city. And one finest example again I can give is what we call deep tunnel sewerage system. All the households in Singapore are connected. So all the sewerage that comes out of every household is connected through the deep tunnels. They are sent to a proper processing place. And there we have a waste to energy plant. And the energy is used for desalination of the water or treatment of the used water. And again, that water is put back into the circulation. So it's a finest example of taking sewerage from households and converting that into completely useful. So it's a deep tunnel sewerage system, and mayors or leaders here, if you have not visited Singapore, I warmly welcome you to come and have a look at it. It's extremely performing very well, and a complete system, what we call waste, energy, water nexus. Then from there I give another example, water circularity. I remember listening to the plenary speakers on the first day. They were referring to an example of water shortage in a particular village in Rajasthan and how they innovated. Absolutely. I have a high regards for that. Singapore, in a similar way, but is an urbanized city with a 5 million population, now is actually 6 million population, depends on water supply from neighboring country Malaysia, because we do not have our own water supply. So the last 30 years, every drop of water that falls on the soil of Singapore is captured, properly treated, and recycled. That involves treating the water that comes from Malaysia, our own water, which is used water. Some of you may dislike it, but this used water we actually put back into the drinking water system, and people drink it. Of course, microelectronic industry requires high quality water, and we supply this treated water for running microelectronic plants. So, which means you meet the standards of WHO, World Health Organization. So with that example, I will go towards another example is construction and demolition waste. We almost reach 100% circularity in terms of the construction and demolition waste. It's an area where most cities can actually emulate. Another example is biomass. Once you have a green canopy, you would end up with a lot of biomass. For example, the plants and leaves are shedding, and a lot of biomass which is need to be used and made use of something better from that. So we do quite a bit in terms of that biomass. In addition, we want to go after a high value add industry because we need a higher economic contribution. So one area is aviation. In aviation, you need biofuels. So we have a world's largest refining plant from biomass to the aviation grade fuel. Again, if you are a mayor or the government leader, you are looking at a higher economic contribution. You can think of high value add fuels that would go into the transportation, for example, aeroplanes, shipping. International Maritime Organization also revised guidelines. In the future, the shipping should be decarbonized, and the fuel is extremely important. So that is the finest example from Singapore. And you may not be aware, Singapore has the world's third largest oil refining in the world. Third largest. It's massive. The industrial cluster we call Jurong Island. So systematically we are making plans to make that particular chemicals as a circular chemicals. I'm sure it is extremely necessary. You have a processing concentration in Gujarat as well as a few other locations in India. So petrochemical, how do you make them more decarbonized, circular chemicals? exactly what we are trying to do. So I believe that would be a good example for you to take a closer look. Now moving from there, what we looked at is we need to go after the waste streams, and we looked at the industrial waste as well as the domestic waste. So our success rate with recycling, circularity, upcycling with industrial waste is quite good, and we now need to move towards the domestic waste. So we now again looked after what kind of categories we have. So e-waste, plastic waste, we call packaging waste, textiles and leather, that is included, as well as food waste. So we introduced what we call extended producer responsibility scheme, and that is dovetailing the national policy change, what we call National Act towards net zero waste city. That is a overall policy architecture. Within that, extended producer responsibility has been already introduced. We have successfully introduced for the e-waste, and later on we would be moving towards the plastic and packaging waste as well as the food waste. So what we learned from the e-waste EPR is we need to make use of the most advanced concepts. For example, data collection, artificial intelligence, and sensors. This is the way you can monitor and carefully follow how the e-waste circularity is actually happening as you expected with respect to the policy. So in addition, there was a conversation about yesterday. None of these projects would take off unless there is a sound financing. Singapore has the green bonds, government green bonds. One of the Singapore green bond is actually the world's longest green bond. So the government is thinking in terms of a long-term, 30, 40 years ahead, and committing itself and releasing those bonds. That's the way you raise substantial financing to support circular economy projects. We also introduced carbon tax, like few other European countries. Singapore is not rolling back. It is actually still committed and moving forward in increasing stepwise carbon tax. And we also have lots of arrangements in carbon offsets. More than 30 countries around the world. Singapore has a bilateral arrangement in terms of the carbon offsets. So in addition, what we are doing now is what we call government public-private partnership. We always talk about public-private partnership, but governments has a very important role when we are talking about a circular economy. So that's why we call government public-private partnership. So in other words, all of you have a very important role in transitioning your economy from linear economy to the circular economy. So with that, what else we are doing is we are dovetailing very closely with the international standards. I'm part of the committee where we helped in shaping global ISO standards on circular economy. For example, ISO 59004 is about a circular economy, vocabulary, principles, and guidance and implementation. 59010 is circular economy guidance on transition of businesses and value networks. 59020 is a circular economy measuring and assessing circularity performance. And you may be wondering, with all the urbanization, what's the magic? Why people are happy in a particular definition? That's because what we call 2045. That's not the year, 20 and 45. What 20 means is 20 minutes and 45 minutes. Refers to 20 minutes towns where residents can reach most amenities within 20 minutes. And a 45-minute city where most people can travel to their workplace within 45 minutes. So, most cities I'm very familiar. We spend a lot of time in commuting. So that's basically a source of unhappiness. So in Singapore, we worked out, and we are working on it, 20 and 45 minutes. So I think if you are looking for a magic formula of transition to circular economy while urbanizing, pay attention to the transportation, and you can make the transportation green transportation. In our case, we are transitioning to the electric vehicles and many others. So that provides an excellent opportunity for you to do that. So I don't know how much more time I have. Okay, thank you. So now let me, as a professorial question here, what is more important in the age of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, and space exploration? That's where all the money is going. So this is always a question I have when I deal with how do we inspire the future generations. I strongly believe, while those are all important areas, waste, pollution, climate impacts are already being felt around the world. If you look at the impact on the human health because of waste and pollution, it's quite immense. You can see that around the world. So obviously, despite we have all these advances in quantum computing, AI and so on, I think we cannot leave our eyesight on the waste, our products and linear economy effects on the human health and the health of the ecology. And that's why this is circular economy is extremely important. And if you notice, urbanization is highly prevalent around the world, including India. And with urbanization, we correspondingly see higher per capita resource consumption, higher per capita waste generation, and in other words, global waste generation is going to increase more than 75% in the next 25 years. That means our lifetime, we will see a massive increase in the waste generation. And you can imagine the impact of those waste on the human health. There are several definitions of circular economy in circulation, but more important is we should focus on the virtues of circular economy, which includes resource productivity, resource efficiency, resource resilience, and more important is transformation of the industries. And you actually have a chance to be part of the global economic environment. I say that because I take an example of EV, electric vehicles. For a long time, EV has been dominated by Europeans, later on Americans, more recently Japanese and Koreans. But if you see how China has done it, if they want to get into the game of automobile industry, land transportation, you need a new platform, which is basically EV. Right now, I'm not basically praising China, but the numbers are there. 60% of the world's EV market is now managed by China. They could do that because they latched onto a new platform. So circular economy thinking provides opportunities for the newcomers, think differently, embrace new ideas, and figure out how you want to scale up and have a global impact while you are helping your communities and your own economic growth. So that's basically, I want to illustrate that example. Don't see circular economy as a cost. It is actually a way for you to find a new means and then find your own opportunities for growth. So with that example, I would like to now want to focus on generally policymakers as well as the young people or the old people. We always forced to think short term while we wish to stay long term. So there are long term and short term. So now if you look at the short term, I want to be careful because we're now talking about the countries. The United States, a largest contributor to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, environmental sustainability is cutting back funding and support. USA provides about 1/5 the core budget for the World Health Organization and is set to leave next year. So obviously, it's going to be a huge impact on the global organizations. Yesterday, I picked up the news in our newspaper, some of the advisors for the president of USA talking about pull out from United Nations, pull out from NATO. I'm not sure what happens, but fundamentally you could see these are short-term, in my opinion, not the long-term policy, but we must pay attention to those things. Similarly, European Union, France and Germany, primarily the largest economies in EU, is scaling back its pledges on ESG, environmental, social and governance, ESG. In fact, Singapore, we have embraced ESG. All the listed companies in Singapore are supposed to self-declare ESG performance annually. But now, EU, which is basically dominated by France and Germany, is scaling back its pledges on ESG Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, citing the threat to the European competitiveness. So you could see another short-term fluctuation that's on the horizon. While these two are not necessarily many others, there's another issue with the sustainability, circular economy, and ESG is there is a prevalent greenwashing. So greenwashing among the companies, corporations, organizations is prevalent. And I think last week there is a lawsuit on Apple for greenwashing. Apple is one of the largest companies. So you could see greenwashing is another issue which is also corroding those who believe in circular economy, somewhat given hesitation. So these are what I call short-term issues. There are myths associated with the circular economy. Myth 1, circular economy is only for the wealthy nations. Myth 2, we should wait for them to figure out and then follow. Myth 3, we are small and we have other pressing priorities. So this is what I commonly hear from everyone. But I think that's fine. That's a logical way of thinking. But I think it's much more than that. Globally, from what I have seen personally, it's not about following the conventional thinking. You would want to root yourself into a more solid thinking, deeper thinking, and then commit yourself. For example, Singapore's Cities of Tomorrow R&D program is aimed to develop cutting-edge urban solutions to further transform Singapore as a highly livable, sustainable, resilient city of the future. So we do research and advancements in horizontals and verticals. For example, vertical involves advanced construction, resilient infrastructure. Sure. Yeah, 1 minute. I have to finish in 1 minute. So that's a good thing about without slides, I can sharpen it very fast. Good. I will do it right away. So basically what we are saying is when we are promoting new solutions, we do the vertical way of drilling down specific topics, but we leverage a horizontal way, for example, using AI, big data in one of these approaches. And now let me get to another important point, then after that I will end it. I want to give an upbeat. While the short-term fluctuations are there, long-term trends are actually more obvious. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar. There is something called sovereign wealth funds. If you look at the sovereign wealth funds, right now, they are totaling about $15 trillion. That's probably 4 times the Indian economy. So many of these sovereign funds are dominated by Asia. And Singapore has a sovereign wealth fund close to $1 trillion. So I've seen these sovereign wealth funds are highly committed to circular economy sustainability. And I think I would see that as a long-term trend. So given all that, on my way to here, I visited ICT, Indian Chemical Technology. They are talking about a finest example, Ayurvastra, which is using Indian concepts in future textiles, extremely promising. Yesterday I visited Banasthali University here, which is the second best university in the world for the women. And I've seen them working on topics about nanofertilizers, circular economy of textiles, and so on. So in other words, both circular economy concepts are embedded in the culture of India, as well as another co-host, Japan, where I lived there for 3 years. So in summary, I just want to say it is heartwarming to see your collective efforts towards the Jaipur Declaration on 3R and circular economy, and let's make the planet Earth count on us. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my enthusiasm on circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for starting discussions. As a true professor, you have left us with a lot to think about, and you have given us an excellent overview of the best practices in the Asia-Pacific region. So thank you so much. I now present to you the first plenary of Day 3 for the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific, which is the launch of reports. I request the session chair, Shri K. Pattabhiram, Chairman, Swachh Andhra Corporation, Government of Andhra Pradesh, to please join us on stage and take his seat at the dais. I now invite our moderator for the plenary, Mr. C.R.C. Mohanty ji, Environment Program Coordinator, UNCRD, to please join us on stage and facilitate the plenary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, very good morning to all of you. This is a small session about launching of a couple of reports on circular economy. One report is by UNESCO, and the other one report on state of the 3R in Asia Pacific, actually what happened between adoption of the Hanoi Declaration until now is a 10 years expert assessment. So these two reports we will be launching in this session. We are very privileged to have with us Honorable Chair Sri K. Pattabhiram, Chairman of Swachh Andhra Corporation. To begin with the session, I would like to request Honorable Chair to briefly open this session with 2-3 minutes remarks, sir. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mohanty ji. Good morning to everyone who is present here today. The journey of 3R Forum on Circular Economy, which had started in 2009 in Tokyo, Japan, had reached its 12th edition in Jaipur. And in the past 2 days, we have attended many sessions on sustainable waste management initiatives and initiatives on circular economy. Very informative, very knowledgeable, and I believe everyone here had derived something out of those sessions in the past 2 days. We also know that many regions in Asia and Pacific are witnessing rapid urbanization. And yesterday, dignitaries who are present here, whether it be the Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs or the Minister for Environment and Forests, they were saying that in future you will witness 50% of India's population living in urban areas. So that is how rapidly we are moving towards urbanization. And in such a scenario, having sustainable waste management solutions and propagating the 3R concept of reduce, reuse and recycle becomes so very important. And the Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, had also taken forward the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi on Swachh Bharat. He had also announced a new initiative of C3, Cities, a Coalition for Circularity, a multinational alliance between cities to collaborate on knowledge sharing and new waste management initiatives. So along with 3R, we have C3, which will greatly benefit cities across various countries in Asia and the Pacific. And also our Chief Minister, Mr. Nara Chandrababu Naidu, many of whom are present here very well know him. He is the one who had promoted IT in a big way in our country way back in the 90s. And now partnering with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, he had kind of become a brand ambassador for Swachh Bharat and Swachh Andhra. Even in the Vision 2047 document that we have released a couple of months ago, we have incorporated Swachh Andhra as one of the 10 guiding principles to achieve the vision of 2047. So that is the kind of importance the state government of Andhra Pradesh, under the leadership of Mr. Naidu, is giving to this whole idea of Swachh Bharat and Swachh Andhra. And you will also be happy to know that in our state, every third Saturday is observed as Swachh Andhra Day, where starting from the Honorable Chief Minister to the point of a village sarpanch in a village, the entire government machinery will be working on this initiative. So one day in a month is entirely dedicated to achieve the goals of Swachh Bharat and Swachh Andhra, and also to take forward these initiatives of circular economy. We are also trying to involve the largest number of women self-help groups that we have in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, as we know, had promoted these women self-help groups under the leadership of Mr. Naidu late in the 90s. And even the then President of the United States, Mr. Bill Clinton, he had specially come to Andhra Pradesh to witness this whole women movement that was started by Mr. Naidu. And now we are bringing those women self-help groups into this circular economy initiative. We have around 123 ULBs and 13,000 gram panchayats in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and everywhere we have these women self-help groups which are working on various initiatives, and they'll be part of this whole movement of Swachh Andhra and circular economy. We have also witnessed the Hanoi Declaration in 2013. The period between 2013 and 2023, we have worked towards achieving the goals of the Hanoi Declaration on sustainability and circular economy. There are around 33 voluntary goals that we have launched in 2013, and later in the day today we will be witnessing the launch of the Jaipur Declaration. So all these are initiatives which will greatly help the future generations and also reduce the carbon footprint. We have also seen the Honorable Minister for Environment and Forest, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav, who was here yesterday, because this whole initiative of Swachh Bharat, Swachh Andhra, 3 Rs and circular economy will also help us reduce the carbon footprint. That is also very important today. So I hope the large presence of dignitaries from various countries in South Asia and Pacific, would have greatly benefited from this 12th Jaipur conference. And without taking much time, as I was asked to just deliver my opening remarks, we have 2 important reports that are being presented by Mr. Dr. Sudeep Ranjan Basu and Dr. Anupam Khajuria. So I think we will also see those reports that are getting presented, and I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to chair this very important session and allowing me to present my opening remarks. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are very glad to hear how Andhra Pradesh is integrating 3R in circular economy in the policies and programs to accelerate the achievement of Swachh Bharat mission. So thank you very much. We are very enlightened to hear from you. With this, we have Ms. Rupa Chanda, the Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of UNESCAP. She is with us. Madam, for your small remarks.
Very good morning to everybody. Delegates, friends, I think over the last 2 days, one of the resounding messages that we've got is about the importance of collaboration, partnerships, alliances, and the need for multi-stakeholder engagement. So we are very happy to have partnered with UNCRD, UNDESA, the Government of India, Government of Rajasthan, and Government of Japan in this particular forum. I think just to say a few words about ESCAP, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. We are one of the 5 regional commissions of the United Nations, and our membership spans from Turkey all the way to the Pacific Islands. And if we look at what has emerged out of the discussions, one is the issue of collaboration and partnerships, the other is about capacity building and institutional strengthening, and the third is research and analysis so that you can actually have evidence-based solutions and policy recommendations. In all these respects, ESCAP stands very well placed to partner and advance the cause of circularity and sustainability more broadly. I'd just like to take this opportunity to say a few things about what we do, particularly in the area of circularity and sustainability at large. We have something called the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, which is a network of companies, large and small, as well as industry associations in the region. The idea is to promote sustainability in private sector operations and practices and to embed it in private sector approach to their operations. So under ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, we have launched something called the Asia Pacific Green Deal for Business, where we have 5 pillars to rally the private sector, to advocate and to dialogue with governments, to highlight their achievements, to propose solutions, propose financing. So these 5 verticals are green finance, green energy, green infrastructure and logistics, green innovation, and last but not least, circular economy. So this is where we are doing a lot of work. We have actually a report that will be launched today. It is on the secrets to unlocking the next frontier for a circular economy in Asia and the Pacific. And the idea is to really give a landscape of what is happening with the private sector as well as with governments in terms of the regulatory landscape that is existing in circularity and what needs to be done to take it forward. We're really looking forward to working on the policy recommendations and the insights that are emerging from this forum to take the next steps. And the 3 points that I'd really like to highlight in closing are, 1, we need to bring the private sector on board. Their views are very important because financing, technology, innovation, all of this, the solutions that we're looking for are not possible without the role of the private sector. Second, partnerships are extremely important, and we need to deepen those partnerships and have more multi-stakeholder dialogues. And third, we actually need to have more of these sorts of engagements, and we really look forward to having more members from the region to promote the solutions, to do advocacy, and to enrich these discussions. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind remarks and sharing with us the initiative of ESCAP in engaging the private sector to unlock the benefits of the circular economy. With these things, we can quickly go into a couple of presentations. The first one will be secrets to unlocking the next frontier for a circular economy in Asia Pacific. The subject is very much aligned with the theme of this forum. So I would like to invite Dr. Sudeep Ranjan Basu, who is the Chief of Sustainable Business Network Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of ESCAP. Yeah, please. You have a slide, PowerPoint slide? Okay. So can I request? Okay, it is already.
Very good morning, Excellencies, friends, colleagues, and various also stakeholders that we have over the last couple of days. Thank you, Mr. Mohanty, for really opening up this particular conversation and sir, for really paving the way as to how we can all come together for this particular initiative, which is where we not only work with the governments at the regional, national level, but of course going to the next level, which is national, subnational, cities and municipalities. So I have a very small presentation, but this is the report that we will be sharing with you the main ideas from this particular initiative that we have at ESCAP, what we call the secrets to unlocking the next frontier for a circular economy in the Asia and the Pacific region. I'd like to quickly talk about 3 things. One is that circular economy is really a catalyst to the SDG acceleration. As you know, we have 5 more years before 2030. And according to ESCAP's analysis that we do every year, the situation is not very promising in terms of the progress. So we need to really utilize all our resources, our partnership, innovation, and India, Japan, and many other nations which we are all here gathering together can really provide that particular catalyst. And we feel that circular economy also holds a key in making that happen. The other issue is also to understand that in the region, we have a lot of policies which are in place. But the idea is to how to really sort of, again, unlock the potential of those policies, the measures, and how we can really work together to ensure that we have implementation. Because I think at the end of the day, it's really about the implementation. And I'm sure Jaipur Declaration is something that gives us a new hope to make that happen. And thirdly, as Ms. Chanda mentioned, is that the importance of that partnership, which is where we really work not only with the government, but to also bring private sector and businesses. Again, in India, China, Korea, Japan here, also in the Southeast Asia, a huge amount of potential of the business community. And I'm very happy to see that throughout this conversation, we have a very good presence of our stakeholders from business sector to really drive this innovation. The most important thing what we see here is really that whole of the region, the climate action is very much regressing. You can see goal number 13. And I think this is where the circular economy plays a very important role to ensure that we somehow change the direction of this particular goal. And for that, we are talking about 6 secrets. And again, I'm so happy to see that over the last 2 days and even today in the morning, again, with the professor's remarks, we can see the importance of education, the knowledge, the innovation, the finance, collaboration, and very much the issue of regulation, because this is where the policy matters the most. The second thing I'd like to discuss here is about the policy landscape. Very quickly, what we have done, we have analyzed about 79 policies in the Asia and the Pacific region. And I think this is something that cataloging of the information, the policies, is something that where we can really learn from each other and to see where the gaps are. The second issue is about the leadership of business sector. And what we have done, we actually have showcased some of the very important examples from the region where we see the innovations happening. Yesterday again, we have been to the Jindal space, the outskirts of Jaipur, and that really shows there's solutions are there. But I think we need to share those examples with our other nations and to ensure that cooperation is very much part of that. Very quickly, what we can see here within our 5 sub-regions in our Asia and the Pacific, you can see East and Northeast Asia. The most number of policies are actually in place and they are having impact. Southeast Asia is the second, then the Pacific, but in the Pacific you will see that many of them are in development, meaning it's, there's a space for a lot of implementation. Many of our friends are from the Pacific here, you can attest to that fact. And the fourth is about South and Southwest, which is this part of the Asia and the Pacific region, where again, you see a lot of things are actually in place, but I think the next point will be as to how to make that more in terms of the implementation. So there are a lot of these diversities across our Asia and the Pacific region. So there's a scope for cooperation and regional learning that we can see. And final point that I'd like to talk about here is the issue of going to the action part. And business leadership becomes the critical component of this particular conversation. And I want to showcase this example that we have collected from the region. We have, Indorama. Indorama actually, we have a task force, what Ms. Chanda mentioned about the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network. Within that, we have a task force on circular economy. And Indorama is the chair of our task force. And of course, we have EN Plus Group, another very big company. And we have Mahindra from India. We have City Development from Singapore. So these are pretty important business leadership. This is where we can see that there are opportunities for coming together of the government and our private sector. And we'd like to promote this sort of conversation, dialogue as we move forward. The only thing I want to mention, given the time constraint, is really about the issue of this role of policy. And what we really see that 5 points are coming out as something that we need to take it forward. Number one is that the roadmaps. So how to take that forward. And finally, the issues of procurement, incentives, and labeling and the EPR policies. I think we really need to see that how we can bring together these ideas and take to the next level. So with that, I thank you, and I wish a very good next part of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sudeep, for your very elaborative presentation on how to engage the private and business sector in advancing 3R and circular economy. Next presentation is Second State of the 3R in Asia Pacific by Dr. Anupam Khajuria, Research Fellow and Academic Associate, United Nations University, Institute of Advanced Studies in Tokyo, Japan.
Thank you, Vanti-san.
Try to finish it 5-6 minutes.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished guests and our city representatives and government national representatives, friends, colleagues. Thank you very much. And actually, this report is by UNCRD, and you see I am from UNUIS, so I will give you a short background. So I am working currently in UNUIS, but last 10 years I worked in UNCRD with the dedication work on this report. So today is really a great pleasure and honor to speak before you at the launch of this second state of 3R. And this milestone publication is basically reflect years of dedication and commitment to build a very strong sustainability and circular future for Asia Pacific region. So this report is not only a technical report, or we can say it's a testament report. Basically, it's still a vital tool for guiding how we can make the policies and actions towards the 2030 agenda and beyond 2030. So let me begin with the short background. So this State of 3R project is launched the first report during Indore 8th Regional 3R Forum in Indore in 2018. And the second State of 3R report that we are launching now. So building on the foundation in 2018. So this report is a consultative series of meetings and engaging countries and experts from the various international organizations across the key thematic areas. So the pre-launch actually took place during the 11th Regional 3R Forum in Cambodia in February 2024, where we received valuable feedbacks from various participating countries, and we finally has been incorporated in the final version. So today it's really pride to officially launching this report at the 12th Regional 3R Forum in Jaipur. So let me announce this report is basically a deep analysis based on the few contents which we've covered with the background and scope of the work, and also understand the needs and the urgent issues where we implement 3R and circular economy in Asia and the Pacific. And also involve the expert assessment, how we can put is a more related to the Hanoi progress terms of. So this report has several thematic areas like plastic waste, electronic waste, construction waste, healthcare and medical waste, and wastewater treatment management. It also delves into the data issues and explores new frontier technologies that can accelerate the 3R and circular economy. So there are few case studies like how we can use the old tires for the road construction, use alternative plastics for the timber or for end-of-life battery management. So notably this report, like I mentioned about the assessment, so we find out how the countries made the progress, and some of the data is still missing from last 33 goals in the Hanoi 3R Declaration. However, we found that few countries like India, Thailand, I'm not going to read all the policies and regulations, but they are really implemented really well from 2013 to 2023. So there are a few from China as well as from Vietnam. Like Vietnam initially launched now this year in 2025 in January. They have new national action plan on the 3R and circular economy. So there are the 4 recommendations in this report. So that include first is strengthening the institutional framework and the financing and promoting private sector investment, like Dr. Sundeep already mentioned, private sector's involvement. And the third one is the closing implementation progress between rural and the urban areas. So not only one urban area is the issue. And the last one is promoting the capacity development and enabling the ecosystems and adaptation and management. So I really would like to extend my congratulations to esteemed authors, committee members, experts, and reviewers who contributed to make this report. And your efforts have played a really significant role in shaping this important resource. I'm expressing that knowledge with all the member countries who put their valuable inputs and feedbacks with us to improve this report, and member countries throughout the whole process. So as Alfred, we really know to remember that just sustainability is not the responsibility of a single government or institution. It is a shared commitment, and it requires the collective efforts of all stakeholders. So I acknowledge the UNCRD coordinating team for their dedication in making this report as a success. And lastly, I extend my gratitude to the Ministry of the Environment, Government of Japan, for their financial support and seamless commitment to the initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anupam. Just to quickly add, I also join her to express our deep appreciation to all the scientists, researchers, experts who provided their valuable contribution in shaping up this report. This is actually an expert assessment report. You know, studying the state of the 3R and circular economy over the last 10 years is actually the Hanoi period, 2013 to 2023. It is in fact a 2 years process. We had gone through a series of expert consultation, including consultation in Cambodia, the 11th forum, and also the report was circulated to all the countries to receive their feedbacks and comments. And if you can see the report in the acknowledgement section, you can see a number of people, the contributors who are acknowledged. And the whole objective of the state of 3R is to provide technical input to the policy consultation that is happening in this 3R forum. In fact, this report has been built on the information and the policy consultations over the last 10 forums from Hanoi to Cambodia. So this is how the report is built on. And in order to save paper, actually, we have not printed this paper. We have just limited 6 copies we have printed for this forum only. You can access the full report at the UNCRD website. It's a little bit voluminous report, I think 450 or 500 pages, very detailed, lot of data, information is there to benefit the member countries. With this, I would like to thank once again all the presentators, Honorable Chair, and the speakers. And I would like to invite now to the stage Mr. Binay Jha, the Director of Swachh Bharat Mission, Mr. Pravir Kumar, Joint Secretary, Mohua, please come to the stage. Mr. Yusuke Teraoka, Minister of Environment, Japan, and our Honorable Minister from Solomon Islands, please, sir, please come onto the stage. I hope I have not forgotten. Okay. So, please, sir, come to the front. Together. A little bit exercise to hold.
Today I have the honor of releasing 2 reports, one by ESCAP, The Secrets to Unlocking the Next Frontier for a Circular Economy in the Asia-Pacific region. And the second report by United Nations Center for Regional Development, the second state of 3Rs in Asia and the Pacific. So I am privileged and honored to release both the reports by the 2 eminent people whom we have here on the stage today. Thank you.
wanted to talk to me something?
Yes, I just want to know about the progress.
You can start the next one.
Thank you to all our guests and to all the dignitaries for launching the 2 reports and for an extremely enriching plenary session. We request all our delegates from the 24 Asia-Pacific countries to visit the UNCRD website and to go through these findings extremely carefully because they will be very, very enriching for our own learning. We move forward towards a special address this morning. Please join me to welcome on stage Professor Amit Kapoor, Chair, Institute for Competitiveness, Stanford University. He will be speaking on implementing circularity of solid and liquid waste for the largest human congregation at the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj, India. As we know, the Mahakumbh is a 45-day religious, cultural, sanitation celebration that took place in Prayagraj, India. And I invite Professor Kapoor to please enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here. Special shout out to one of my students in the audience, that is Binay, who's the director here. Thanks to Rupaji, who invited me here to come and share my thoughts. So there is a presentation that I have, so if somebody could just put up the presentation. Oh, yes. Okay, so, there was this project that I was doing. I spent close to about 30 days at the Kumbh, and it was a very, very interesting exercise. I landed at the Kumbh on the 9th of January, and I was just thinking to myself, what the hell am I doing here? The city was incomplete at that point in time. It was just getting completed, because what you're calling as the 76th district within UP, which gets created, it was just getting created at that point in time. And then the emotion that I was going through is that what is going to happen here? How does this place manage the influx of people who are expected to come here? Can they manage this influx? Would there be any sort of crisis that will actually emerge? Yes, they were ready for a certain set of numbers. The government was clearly saying that we can actually expect a footfall of close to about 40 crores and we are ready for it. And the Chief Minister had made a statement that even if 100 crore footfall happens, then yes, we are in a position to actually manage it. Yes, of course, there were a certain set of crises that did happen. There was an issue in terms of a stampede that happened. Unfortunate incident, but the whole resilience of this effort was in terms of how reactive the government was, or how the set of processes were put in place to really manage the set of situations that were arising. But having said that, very quickly, there is this whole Mahakumbh that happened around 4,000 hectares, which was divided, or the city was divided into 25 sectors. It's more like a hub, a crisscross or a grid that was created. It is more like a city of Chandigarh that actually gets created on a piece of sand or on a land mass which is there, and it is reclaimed land. And the biggest magnitude of this effort is that this reclaimed land comes to you to set it right just about 60 days before the event. So the beauty of this exercise is that how do you manage this whole city and erect a complete city in just about 60 days? This year, there was a larger set of a problem, because if you really look at the larger set of problem, it was the flow of the river. Typically, the flow of river subsides much earlier, but this year, the river subsided much later. The monsoon was heavier than usual, and then the land mass that was available for you to really create the city was much lesser. The time was much lesser. So what did they do? They reclaimed that land, and they really start setting up processes accordingly. But if you really look at the larger set of things, the biggest success of this story is not about anything else. It is about crowd management, as to how do you make people move through this location. When you talk about close to about 60 crore people coming into that location, 60 crore, the question is going to be give or take a few set of crores here, but there is definitively a footfall which was close to about 50 crore. They might not be in unique individuals. They could be repeat numbers that were actually happening, because the average stay of people out there at the Kumbh was at least 3 days. My team spent close to about 350 days, or collective 350 days at the Kumbh itself, to really understand the process itself. But if you really look at the crowd management, the movement of people, the way the pontoon bridges were made, how you were really looking at moving from one end to the other end. But the biggest thing, was that as to how the authorities at that location were listening. In fact, I was sitting with the Mela Adhikari, and especially Amrit Abhijatji in one of the days. And I said, you need to create a movement of people mechanism wherein you're able to push people from one end and then let them exit at the other end. And they found that idea to be fairly interesting, and they implemented it. So we were really facing very limited set of issues that were there. Having said that, there was this whole thing in terms of expansion of the Sangam Ghat that happened. There is this whole reclamation of land that happened. You were talking about expansion which allowed close to about 200,000 more devotees to take bath at the Sangam. The biggest challenge here at the Sangam is that everybody in the country knows that they have to go and take a bath at the Sangam knows. It's not about those 12 kilometers of ghats that you've built. Everybody wants to go there. Even if you're standing in front of it in place like Arail Ghat, people would just want to get to Sangam through boats or whatever. So how do you manage this is a bigger question. Because suddenly I was in the middle of this crowd. I was there when on the 29th of January, on Mani Amavasya. I've never seen that kind of crowd in my life. I've never seen that mass of humanity in my life. It was just crazy because I was at the Sangam Nose on that day. I could just see people, and more people. And it was just absolutely a numbing exercise because that's the time when you realize whatever be your position, whatever you are, you're just nothing in front of what you're actually seeing out there. But this is also one more thing you have to understand from the Kumbh part of the story is that it is also a matter of faith. It is about like what makes people tick there. Like when you talk about the Kumbh, whatever the authorities do, it is great. But at the end of the day, the festival is for the devotees. The festival is actually for the sadhus. The rejuvenation of ghats did happen for the people. There was a massive deployment of what you call as the armed forces. This is one location. Look at the number of people who were coming through that location. Not a single security incident happened. I cannot share a lot of information in terms of the security processes because I vouched that I will not share that. But the security was impeccable. The way the water flow was being understood by DRDO, to the way they were actually looking at people who were going through these gates that were being managed by police, but without any infringement, without any issue wherein you were able to annoy people or you were annoying people. Because at the end of the day, the authority was saying it is about making people happy, making devotees happy. And that is what the central theme was. The police was trained, the people on the ground were trained, and so on and so forth. So it was clearly a technology-enabled security process, but health facilities were impeccable. If you actually had an incident, there was an incident that happened in front of me. There was a person who went through a cardiac arrest at the same hotel where I was. You would be surprised that the response time was less than 4 minutes for the ambulance to come to that location. He was already being given CPR. He survived. Thankfully, he survived. So there was this whole process that was in place in terms of how things were managed. But uninterrupted power supply, of course, you created a new grid that happens, which gets dismantled over a period of time. This is also a temporal city, or what you would call as a transient city. I would welcome you to read my piece with Business Standard, wherein I talk about the challenges of transient cities. Transient cities have its own challenge when they have to get torn down. But at the end of the day, to really create it, and create it as an impeccable process, is a gargantuan management exercise. But I would like to share some other things out here from a Swachh Bharat point of view also. We did this study in terms of understanding as to how was the water there, how were the sanitation facilities that existed at that location. So when you talk about circular approach and 3R, I really wanted to talk here because I'm here at a 3R conference. So if you really look at it, look at this whole process. 60 crore pilgrims generate waste, which is absolutely stunning. In fact, if you really look at it, 60 crore people have to defecate every day. That itself is a challenge. Or sorry, close to about 1.5 crore people have to defecate every day. And that is itself a huge challenge. If somebody tells you that everything was perfect, I think 99.9% of the times it was perfect. You might have seen incidents. I myself did see incidents of open defecation, but that was possibly just on 2 different days only. And that was also because it was just, there was this mass of humanity and you were just not able to get there. Only 2 individuals that I saw in that whole festival, and I was there for 30 days. So if you really look at this whole process in terms of how it was being managed, it was powerful. How the toilets were getting cleaned. In fact, there was this process wherein they said the toilets have to get cleaned every 20 minutes. And it was being done as clockwork. We were standing at different locations. We matched, or we looked at close to about, I myself looked at about 10,000 toilets which were there in different sectors, just standing there as to what is happening. So if you really ask me, who are the real set of heroes for this festival? The real set of heroes for this festival were the sanitation workers, not anybody else. Whatever you say, there could be management people. So this is what they were doing. So look at the number of toilets that get created. These are the numbers, which are 150,000 toilets in that location. A lot of times people were asking us, like 150,000 toilets for 1.5 crore people, will it be able to manage the sludge that get created? Yes, it was getting managed. There was only one day in 45 days that we saw that location that you could possibly see some sludge which was outside, only on one single day. And that was on the Maunima Amavasya day, because you had this whole crowd of people, which was close to about 6.5 or 7 crore people just thronging to that location. So if you really look at it, all these set of things will happen, but you have to understand the magnitude of what was actually being managed there. So it was 99.99% perfect. If you really look at the numbers, there was the CAG report for the 2012 Mahakumbh. If you really look at that report and if you look at now, the difference is chalk and cheese. The difference in terms of really implementing things has been hugely different. So this is the toilets. This is how they looked at. In fact, I also remember a story. I came and met Rupaji. I think it was on the 2nd or the 3rd week of January. And I made a comment. I said, if you go to the Sangam Nose, there are no toilets available for women. And I had to go back to that location again within 48 hours. The toilets were erected there in 48 hours. So what I really want to say here is that the response time by the authorities to suggestions was also very, very huge. Because typically what you end up seeing is that the response times are not there. There were challenges also. Some of the challenges which I would share, these are the street workers. In fact, I'm doing a book called the what I call Joys of Kumbh. There are pictures that we have actually put up there. You can have a look at those. I'll share that book with you once it is public. But the sanitation workers were really taken care of very, very well. There were challenges that some of them were not being paid in time, but that was more from, I did check with the authorities, and it was more to do with the manager or the vendor than anything else. The living conditions, even for the sanitation workers, were very well taken care of, and so on and so forth. So, just to say that everything is not perfect, this was the sludge that we saw on Mauni Amavasya day. This was just one day out of those 45 days that we were there. But having said that, look at the way the cleaning was actually being done. The trash skimmers, we actually saw them in action. Whatever you were seeing on television or on social media, that was just tip of the iceberg. The challenge with the whole media thing that was happening was that you were just seeing those colors. You were not really seeing the underground management of what was really happening on the ground. We miss the non-beautiful parts of it, because Kumbh is made by those small nuts and bolts, not those big, what I call IIT Babas or whatever. It's the people on the ground who are making it function. Fecal waste and water management at Mahakumbh, it was absolutely perfect. So the way people were really collecting the sludge, it was going to the treatment plants, and it was going back every couple of hours. In fact, there was an indicator that was, or there was a technological thing used. If the tank is getting filled up, there was a truck that was going to come up and pull up the fecal matter and really push it out. So this is how it was being done. So it was a very safe process, a very simple disposable process that was happening. A very simple thing, if your toilet was not working, you could scan a QR code and tell people that the toilet was not working. There was one missing element through which I was deeply annoyed, which we should take care of in the next time, and that was that we should put soap dispensers next to the toilets. So those soap dispensers were not there, and you should have put them up. So that was one missing element, and I was surprised that nobody noticed it, that soap dispensers were not there. So if we had that, it would have actually been one of the most impeccable things that you could have actually done. So this was the permanent STP process. So when you talk about understanding the circular economy, it was minimizing waste and maximizing resource efficiency, and that was happening. My time is very short, so I'll quickly go through it, but how BARC, or Bhabha Atomic Research Center, worked with the authorities for creating the technology to really create or clean up that sludge was exceptional. So these were the temporary sludge treatment plants. which have a lifetime of about 25 years. A lot of people don't realize it just takes about 6 weeks to erect, and that is what was taken care of. But having said all this, so the 3R approach was reduce, reuse, and recycle, as you've been talking about. You can go through this presentation at ease, but at the end of the day, when you talk about water, this was also something very, very fascinating in terms of how it was done. There were close to about 25 sectors and water taps were there everywhere, but we looked at close to about 150 water taps ourselves. So we went to those places, we checked the water quality. To our surprise, the water quality was nearly perfect in 90% of the places. When I'm saying nearly perfect, that there were places, there were at least 60 taps where water was over-filtered. So when you actually say the total disposable thing that you have to have in water, it had to be between 60 and 150. There were some water taps which had about 160, 170. There was only one water tap in the whole area that we found had water quality of worse than 500. Rest of them were actually less than 200. But if you really look at it, there were 70 taps which were less than, they were close to about 10 as total soluble material that was there. So there was over-filtering of water that was happening. So the government was over-enthusiastic, or authority was over-enthusiastic maybe. But that was one of the things that we did see. And it was free access to clean water. You know, like, I still remember this conversation with Rupaji. When we were there in the initial set of days, we found that the 1 rupee coin was not easily available to take water. So it became so difficult. And then there is technology but typically a person like me, or 90% of the people, did not have that 1 rupee coin. So how do we take out the water? It was made free after that suggestion. Because that is what a very clear process was. You had to give that water. But having said that, there was this report by one of the governmental authorities that the water was not clean in the Ganges or whatever. You would be surprised that some of our data said that water was cleaner in the Ganges at some locations than the tap water also. So there were those situations as well, but that was on the days when number of people who were taking Snan was very, very less. So typically around 1st or 2nd of Feb, the water levels were fairly clean and stuff. But when suddenly that mass of humanity comes in, you are expecting to see those set of issues that come up. But these are some of the numbers that we are sharing with you. But look at this. So as evidence, what we said is, there were these ideal water ATMs which were not getting used by many people. Even there, the water quality was close to about 140. So you were maintaining a very clear level of water. But there were some taps that were, TDS was out of range. Some unique things in terms of Kalash that was there, or unique RO system that you did. And there was that exoticness that existed at the whole process. So what we say is the value chain of sanitation at Mahakumbh. I think this was a very powerful management lesson that I would actually like to take away. I would like to say that this is the case study that we are going to write. So Richard Dasher, who's my co-conspirator or principal investigator for this project, we're going to write a case study, but this is what the whole value chain of sanitation at Kumbh looks like. Very powerful, which can get implemented by cities across the world. I think the challenge for us in front of us from the Kumbh is that we can tend to forget the lessons that we have here, because it's a transient city. Let us not take it as a transient city. Let us take the lessons as permanent and really imbibe those lessons as we move ahead. So, environmental benefits and social benefits, exceptional. More studies are coming through. I'm writing papers on it, so I would invite you to look at those. But learnings from expanding the circular model, it has the potential for nationwide or deployment. Integration with smart city project, involvement of private sector. The pet peeve on this, private sector has to actually get involved far better than what the government is doing. I see hardly any private sector players here, or at least they're not speaking. So we need to push the private sector to be more innovative and really move forward. Government can only do so much. Government can create the enabling environment. It has to be the private players who will have to come and work on this. But thank you on this whole idea. But Kumbh is a great success that we should talk about, barring a few incidents that did happen. Unfortunately, people lost their lives. But it's a cause for celebration of what we have been able to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kapoor. And through Professor Kapoor's elaborate presentation, we were able to understand that the Kumbh was actually more than just a religious congregation that happened in Prayagraj, India. It is a global model for managing high-density events and high-density human gatherings. It is one of India's best case studies to the world in sustainable but temporary city management and planning, decentralized governance, and large-scale public service delivery. And of course, the foundation of the Mahakumbh, as Professor Kapoor said, was 3R and circular economy. So this is a very commendable thing for India. There are a few housekeeping announcements that I will carry forward now before we move on to the next speaker. We request Ms. Perpetua Election Latasi, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, Tuvalu, to please come and meet Mr. V.K. Chaurasya, sir, at the well of the House. Additionally, across the venue today, since it is the last day, I urge all delegates to please visit the SHG stalls that are there on the first and the second floor. The SHG members are very eager to show you their products, and we have representation from more than 15 states. So please do visit the stalls since today is the last day. We also have the technical exhibition going on in the lower ground floor, which has startups and industry from India and Japan. There are about 40 stalls, so we request you to please visit that. And we also have the India Pavilion sessions coming up. There are 2 sessions that will happen in India Pavilion today. The Business Roundtable will take place shortly, and there will also be the Tech Solutions for Circularity session, Opportunities and Challenges. So we request you to please make your way to the India Pavilion subsequently after this session. We move forward to the keynote address for the day. I request Ms. Rupa Mishra ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, to deliver her keynote address on Swachh Bharat Mission, India's mission for sanitation, cleanliness, and waste management.
Namaskar and good morning to everyone. For the past 2 days, I have come off and on to the stage and somewhere in this area to greet all of you, to welcome all of you to the 12th 3R and Circular Economy Forum here. Before moving on to the details of Swachh Bharat, which of course is a journey which is so vast that it is certainly not possible to encapsulate it by any one individual or in a presentation, because Swachh Bharat Mission is literally a revolution, it's a movement. But before I deep dive into some basics of Swachh Bharat Mission, which we would like to share, especially with our international guests, I hope the arrangements, the accommodation, the facilitation, the venue, logistics, etc. have been provided suitably to all our guests, and you've had a fruitful, productive 2 days. And I also saw some interesting pictures of participants enjoying the technical visit yesterday, so I hope all of you are comfortable and you're finding the arrangements up to the mark. We are trying our best. Our volunteers are there in help desk, and I would request all of you to reach out to the volunteering team in case any additional support is needed. And we are deeply committed that the day 3 and the final day is also as productive as the last 2 days, and we are hoping and looking forward to an incredible decadal declaration to be agreed upon by all the member nations. With that, I welcome all of you once again, ladies and gentlemen, and over the next few minutes, I will like to share with you India's incredible story of sanitation, cleanliness, and waste management. So, as all of you are aware, in fact, many nations sitting in this room would understand and appreciate that this region of the world stands for a culture of sustainability. Even if we look 8,000 years back and we're looking at the Indus Valley civilization, the entire region speaks of sanitation, of hygiene, of cleanliness. And this forum, comprising of the Asia-Pacific countries, stands for 3R, not just as a modern-day concept, but as a historical tradition and value. And hence, this forum is very key to bring together that spirit and take it forward in the future generations as well. However, all of us will realize that as times moved, as population increased, as commercial activities increased, as urbanization increased, all of us started facing challenges of different order. And we started seeing that the sanitation facilities, the waste management facilities started getting limited. We could not, at a certain point of time, match up to the growing demand of population in terms of waste, in terms of sewage, in terms of behavior change. Somewhere, everything started moving fast, and we started seeing the absolute impact that we saw not just in urban and rural areas, but in our waters, in our hills, etc. And if you see, there was absence of coverage, there was absence of saturation, there was absence of quality, and somewhere we were kind of juggling to match the requirements, the demand and the supply. And this is how it was going on. And there were stages when also people thought that this is a government activity, this is a corporation or a local body activity. So also the mismatch between response, ownership, and participation. So as things proceeded, and of course there were various interventions, especially I will share this story of India, various missions started coming in, there were interventions by the governments, state governments, central government, etc. But somewhere we were not near saturation, we were not there. And that's when the turning point came, 2014. When 2014, Prime Minister Modi took over, he gave a very simple philosophy in front of the nation. He said that if we have to give a true tribute to the father of our nation in his 150th birth anniversary, let us give the tribute of a clean nation. And from there started the difference in approach, where we started looking at sanitation not as a government program and mission, but as a people's movement. The change in approach came there, where we did not get confined to a budget of a year, to an annual allotment of a fiscal year, and we were not talking of a target per se. We started looking at saturation. We kept in focus that no one is left behind. We looked at the final target instead of annual targets. And the entire approach was embarked on three major pillars: people, enterprise development, and innovations and technology. All of you would appreciate the population of India. Many nations would come in that population. So in India, with the kind of population we have and the diversity we have, the regional challenges we have, yesterday's speakers have emphasized that one size doesn't fit all. And this is exactly what was the approach when Honorable Prime Minister gave his vision in front of the country 10 years back. And after that, what followed was absolutely different. We followed a very profound and a strong approach. If you have to ask, what is the fundamental of India's sanitation, waste management, and cleanliness journey? The answer is 4P. Tremendous political leadership at all levels, starting from national. Chief ministers started coming in. The mayors started coming in. Gram panchayats in rural areas came in. The corporators, ward members came in, and everybody joined hands because everybody was determined we will make India clean. And that is where the entire thing started trickling down from top. At the same time, a vision alone is not enough. Massive public finance was brought into the sector. With public finance, the confidence of the private sector also started growing. 10 years back, there was time when we were not getting sanitary products in the requirement that is there in the cities and in the villages. But today, the story is completely different. I was listening to Professor. He said private sector must come in even more proactively. But I would say private sector has responded to the call of action absolutely. And that is why we have reached where we have reached. The third thing also that came in was partnerships. It was made very clear that sanitation is not only government's business, it is everyone's business. NGOs, faith organizations, schools, educational institutions, civil society, brand ambassadors, everybody. The environment was so electrifying that everybody started coming in. If you reflect, there have been a lot of development partners and technical institutions who have played a very strong role in India's journey. Why is it so convenient? Because it's a wonderful plug-and-play model. The systems are such within the country with absolutely clear policy and strong national missions. It's very, very welcoming and encouraging to partners to come and plug in and play and move forward because we are aligned in our goals. So partnerships got formed. And of course, in the centrality remained people. A billion-plus nation, no mission will be successful without people. And you just heard about the Mahakumbh. The Mahakumbh would not have been possible had people not cooperated. Every person who went there had faith in spirituality, and in spirituality lies cleanliness. That also is absolutely intertwined. So people started understanding that this is our responsibility, and people came forward. Once ODF was done in 2019, of course it is an ongoing journey, but we kind of reached the universal saturation in 2019 itself, as was the vision of the Prime Minister. After that, the next goal was given, and the next goal was ODF++ garbage-free cities. Toilets is there, but what about post the flushing, which means we have to take care of the black water. We have to take care of the gray water. And that's where India in 2021 came up with the term used water management. In our terminology, we do not use waste water management. It is used water management. And with that, the next level of waste management is garbage-free cities. Garbage-free cities meaning cities completely free of garbage, not just dumped in dump sites, but absolutely processed, whatever recycling can be done, whatever value recovery can be done. From 2021, friends, we have embarked on the stage 2 of Swachh Bharat mission. And as you see today, invariably across villages, across such a gigantic nation, across cities, invariably in the morning when you go, even during times of COVID, you saw clean streets, you saw clean neighborhoods. Even in Kumbh, you see cleanliness. Cleanliness is the fundamental principle today. Of course, I will accept that it is a direct byproduct of governance and the participation of people. Nonetheless, we have been able to create an architecture where every day morning you hear the Swachh Bharat jingle, you wake up and you give whatever waste that you have to give to your Safai Mitra or the garbage collector. And every day morning, 250,000 vehicles ply across the country, from the hills to the valleys, from the high north to the south, collecting the waste and taking them for appropriate management. This itself is a revolution, and not a day goes by without this happening. We added the next stage, which is waste to wealth projects. Where we were talking of only clean streets, today we are talking of scientific management of waste. We are talking of material recovery facilities, waste to electricity, RDF plants, construction demolition waste processing plants, waste to gas, textile management, electronic waste management, and in the policy matter and regulatory framework, we are also extending, integrating the extended producer responsibility. So there has been a paradigm shift of an amazing culmination of regulation, of policy, of implementation framework, matched with public financing, extremely strong KPIs, institutional frameworks, capacity building, and behavior change. All these pillars are being brought together to create this huge mission and take it forward. Dump sites, over decades, where has our waste been gone? We have a very strong informal sector who does not leave even a small button which is of value. Anything of value, the recycling informal sector and the private sector takes it off. Whether the rest go, the rest of it has gone into large dump sites outside in the periphery of cities or in the rural areas. And it is a clear target of the Indian government, and with cooperation of our partners and the private sector, we've taken up a three-pronged approach, where on one part, as a part of behavior change, we are using the principles of reduce, reuse, and repair. Second is scientific management of waste. And the third is legacy dump site remediation. If you closely observe, where have these dump sites come up? They have come up in the most vulnerable part of the city, which usually is populated by certain strata of the society which you would call as vulnerable. But today, as if you look at India, this is another strong change which is coming. In India, the principle of leaving no one behind is strongly intertwined with this legacy dump site remediation. Because today, poor and vulnerable also have a voice to say, we don't want a garbage dump site right where we stay. So everywhere the dump sites will have to be cleared, they have to be converted to green spaces or into proper scientific waste management. So it is not just an environment angle, it's a very important social and economic angle also that is intertwined in this agenda of the mission. There is a strong integration here again of the informal sector. Women-led enterprises is a strong agenda of Swachh Bharat mission, because women-led change is a strong agenda in India today. And at least 50% of the enterprises that we have in Swachh Bharat are led by women, who have been identified, who have been trained, who have been formed into self-help groups, who have been given credit linkages, and today from waste workers, they have become waste entrepreneurs. So women-led waste enterprises is again another massive thing that has come up under Swachh Bharat. This is clearly the world's largest behavior change movement. With the most populous country, the change can happen only when people join from all sectors, be it homemakers, be it students, be it youth, be it faith organization, be it various advocacy agents, etc. And of course, you can see the Prime Minister himself leads by example by picking up the broom, and everywhere, everything in India starts off with a tribute to Swachhata. Today, if you see any kind of a conference, it is about a zero waste conference. In India, we are having marriages where we are promoting zero waste marriages. In India, when you are promoting meetings, we are promoting zero waste meetings. And when we have a large mega festival and a spiritual culmination like Mahakumbh, that again is also a zero waste Mahakumbh. So this again has been brought in as a strong philosophical principle in this massive mission. The outreach activities, of course, are absolutely massive over the last decade, starting from brand ambassadors, celebrities, sports stars, cinema stars, teachers, there are various other fashionistas, students. There is nobody who is not part of the Swachh Bharat family. In India, Swachh Bharat family is the entire population of India. And the beauty is all those who come to India also become part of Swachh Bharat family. Sanitation workers' welfare is another important component. You cannot have a mission, you cannot have output if the people who are in charge of it, who are responsible for it, are not taken well care of. You just heard about the kind of welfare measures that were taken for our sanitation workers at Mahakumbh. So for welfare, one aspect is convergence of social security, starting from education, housing, insurance, all kinds of pension and educational facilities. We see that all of it is converged for our sanitation workers. Second, of course, is very, very important, which is linked to the last point. In India, we are no more calling our sanitation workers as sanitation workers. It is Safai Mitras or Safai Sathis. The moment you give a name to a cadre, you are changing their identity. You are giving them dignity. You're giving them love and respect. You are recognizing them. They are no more that faceless, nameless, unknown identity. So they are Safai Mitras. So all our policies of safety, of convergence, of social security are for our Safai Mitras. And Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, if there are commandos or warriors of Swachh Bharat mission, it is the Safai Sathis. And we saw the example in Mahakumbh once again. Digital innovation. India is a land where digital innovation has been at the peak of all conversations, of course, and India is a leader in it. And no mission in Government of India or no intervention in the Government of India is away from digital innovations and digital-powered reforms. So be it grievance redressal, be it integrated command control centers, or be it our various platforms, which is a single communication between local governments, state governments, and central government, the platform of communication is only digital. We will be most happy to share with our counterparts the learnings of this gigantic digital movement also. Plastic waste has been in the central of discussion in this forum over the past 2 days. So ban, as we understand, is not enough, and we also have various regulations that have come in. But extremely important is also to link up the manufacturer's responsibility, having the alternatives, and on that startups have, in India are playing a great role. And all the government entities that are linked to it, together with various organizations, are focusing how to have a substitution of single-use plastic products after the ban. India again is a land of startups, and Swachh Bharat is a journey where startups have played a great role. I'm pleased to share with all of you that today as we speak, 5,000 startups have already registered in waste management itself. We have an incubation center at IIT Kanpur. For 1 year, we incubate the startups who work with us to design on their products, on their services. Financial incentives are given. There is a digital startup pathway through which startups can apply, and they get into the incubation. And even in the exhibition downstairs, you can see a lot of startups who are there. However, due to paucity of space, we have been able to showcase a few. Nonetheless, the engagement of startups in India is just increasing, and we are also trying to see how we can co-locate them in different cities so that they actually get into real problem solving of cities and rural areas. And very interesting framework of India, which again can be a great takeaway for various countries. In India, every single year, without fail, imagine the size of India, urban and rural, billion-plus nation, every year, on various parameters, more than 100 parameters, we assess the cleanliness of our local bodies, the waste management of local bodies, the public participation for Swachhata in local bodies, and this is known as Swachh Sarvekshan. And there is a competition amongst Gram Panchayats and urban local bodies who will be the cleanest city of India, who will be the cleanest Gram Panchayat of India, which one will be the cleanest state of India. And this competition has proven itself to be a great nudge factor in the progress we have made till now. The annual cleanliness survey, of course, creates a festival of not just competition, but also celebration of the great work that has been taken place by various urban local bodies and Gram Panchayats during the year. And this is given away by the Honorable President of India. That shows the importance that we give to Swachh Sarvekshan. With that, we have Swachh certification. India has created a standardized framework. Your understanding of Swachhata might be very different from her understanding of Swachhata, might be very different from his understanding of Swachhata. For a billion-plus nation, how do you create a definition where every person's understanding of cleanliness is the same? In India, we have created ODF, ODF Plus, ODF Plus Plus, and Water Plus certifications. 1-star cleanliness rating, 3-star cleanliness rating, 5-star cleanliness rating, and 7-star cleanliness rating. 7-star is like top of the game. Water Plus is where you are reusing at least 20% of your recycled water. And then, of course, there are levels down. So there is a common understanding and a standardization of what cleanliness and waste management means in India. And every city, every Gram Panchayat understands that language. So gradually they try to go to the next level because everybody is at a different level and they have their own individual journey. Our ambition, after we have reached ODF in 2019, we want to reach 100% ODF plus, which is safe sanitation, safe fecal sludge management by 2026, with at least 50% of the urban areas at Water Plus. And our aspiration for solid waste management is where we were at a nil couple of years back. We want to reach a 3-star rating of 100% of our cities by 2026. And what's a 3-star rating? 3-star rating is at least a 75% scientific processing of waste. So these again are extremely standardized toolkits across India, used every year in a very scientific and digital manner. We will be happy to share with any nation, member nation who's interested to take it away. And with that, after we have moved this far, as we say, the journey is continuous. Our work is still left and we are on the job. But this is what the world says about the Clean India mission or the Swachh Bharat mission. If you see, there has been appreciation that has poured from all over the world from Prime Minister's vision for this national mission and the kind of achievements it has. And all of us have also, through these interventions, seeing powerful actions on ground and powerful impact on ground, be it about saving lives, be it about preventing diarrheal deaths, be it about improving health, or be it about saving money, be it about contributing to GDP, or be it about generating employment. Swachh Bharat mission has been a catalyst to provide this and all, and the journey continues because the journey is a long one, the task is a challenging one, but with the cooperation of one and all, I'm hopeful and I'm very sure that we will soon be there. Thank you all of you. Wishing you a great day 3. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am, for your absolutely brilliant overview on the world's largest people-led sanitation and waste management movement. For those of us who have the privilege to work with Madam Mishra every day on Swachh Bharat mission from New Delhi at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, every day is interesting, every day is an honor, and every day is a way for us to do something good for our nation. With, of course, Madam Mishra at the helm of all affairs. So thank you, ma'am. We will now be moving towards 6 different venues for the parallel roundtable discussions. They will be beginning immediately. I request the Secretariat to please display the venues on the screen. Roundtable 1 on circular economy and electric and electronic waste is taking place in Conference Hall 1, first floor. Circular economy and plastic waste, Roundtable 2 is taking place in Conference Hall 2, first floor. These 2 rooms are side by side. Circular economy and textile and fashion industry is in the mini Audi, first floor. Circular economy and construction industry is in the multipurpose hall, first floor. Circular economy and biomass waste, multipurpose hall, part 2, first floor. And circular economy and freshwater resources in mini Audi 2, first floor. We will keep the screen here for a minute. Please do have a look, click a photograph if you need to. And we request all delegates to please make their way to their respective roundtables immediately. Please note that once your roundtable concludes, we request you all to return back to this auditorium for the reporting back session on the roundtable conferences, after which we will move for lunch. The timing for the roundtable discussions in these venues to conclude is 12:30. So we request all delegates to please make their way back to this hall at 12:30. In case anyone is unsure of the venues of these RTs, please come to the well of the hall. The Secretariat will take you to the respective venues. If you are unsure of where the venue is, please stand here in the well of the hall. We will take you to your respective venue. Good afternoon. Welcome back from your roundtable discussions. We will now be hearing from each roundtable discussion that took place in 6 different venues about their major discussion points and their conclusions. For this session, I call upon the session chair, Mr. Padma Bhushan Mainali ji, Joint Secretary, Urban Development Division, Ministry of Urban Development, Nepal, to join us on the dais, please. I request the moderator for the session, Professor Zhang, Department of Environmental Engineering, Republic of Korea, to please facilitate this discussion.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Yongshul Jang from Korea, and I hope everybody had a good sessions covering circular economy and a variety of sectors. So now, because we are behind the schedule, so we try to minimize this reporting session. So each session summarized reports will be about 3 or 4 minutes. Was supposed to 5 minutes, but let's a little bit shorter, 3 or 4 minutes. So now we do have 6 different reporting moderators. First, I'd like to invite first moderator to report sessions, Mr. Kumar. They're talking about circular economy and electronic waste. So please come to the stage and summarize 3 to 4 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as mentioned, the first roundtable was on discussing the challenges and opportunity in e-waste management, electrical and electronic waste management. We had 3 speakers who gave presentation also. Mrs. Sunita Verma ji from Mighty Government of India, Mr. Alice Mene from Kiribati, and third speaker was Mr. Nguyen Thong Thang from Vietnam. So they made presentations and told about the various challenges being faced in their countries, and also what new initiatives they are taking to tackle those challenges. We had eminent panelists also in this roundtable. They were Mr. Upen Tripathi ji, and he is founder, Director General of International Solar Alliance, and also former DG of MNRE, Government of India. Then Mr. Vivek Agarwal ji was there. He is chairman of International Chartered Waste Managers. And third one was Mrs. Pranita Upadhyay ji, and she is head of ITU area office here. So after the discussions, the issues which were highlighted, that we all know that electrical and electronic wastes are, it's all pervasive, and we are tackling them at our households, in our offices, and everywhere. Everywhere we are seeing that a lot of electronic wastes are generated, and we are grappling with the fact that how to deal with that, how to make the best use of that, and how to dispose them off. So this was the major challenges was that in India, Madam highlighted that 62 million metric tons of electronic waste is being generated annually, and this is, it's a very, very, very huge quantity. And for recycling, various initiatives are being taken, but 85% of recycling is basically taken through the e-commerce method only. And for this, there is one more reason which was cited, that peer pressure is also nowadays that everyone wants the most recent model of any laptop or mobile phone or whichever the electronic gadgets, smartphones, etc. So this change for the new models, and this also generates in like the previous models slowly becomes redundant, and they are not being used, and after a while they have to be disposed of. So for this, there should be a social awareness also, and there can be, it can be included in the course curriculums, and maybe for social awareness, it can be shown, for example, if you go to movie theater, so a small clipping can be there to show that, okay, how we should be aware about the, electronic waste, and how we can reduce and reuse and recycle these. And this kind of clippings can also register in the mind of the audience. Right now, lot many, yeah. 1 minute, please. So, Mr. Alice Mene also told about the innovative method of, they have, in their country, the problem is of disposing of electronic cars, e-cars, and what they have done, that they have now put 1,000 rupees deposit levy at the time of purchase, and $900 can be refunded at the time of when they take it to the recycler, and at that time they can get it back. And recyclers also have proper revenue streams, so that they also are financially, not dependent on anything, and they can have proper revenue streams by recycling the items. These are the major things which were taken, but then one major challenge which was highlighted by one of the panelists was that for solar panels, like nowadays solar panels are everywhere, and in India also it's being used in a big way, and in several other countries. So how to, when they have gone through their useful life, how to dispose them off, and the major challenge is the land. Like you should have proper land available for this kind of disposals, and also the solar panels have maybe 76% is glass, and also handling is also a big task. So after all the discussions, one major thing which was highlighted by almost everyone, that major part of recycling is being done through the informal sector, and there is a need to have a formalization of that sector through their skill development, through imparting technology to them, and having proper technology for disposing of the electronic waste. That is all from Roundtable 1. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So now I'd like to invite second moderator from session 2, circular economy and plastic waste, which is a hot topic. Mr. Wally Water, please come to the stage, and short reporting, 3 or 4 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you. My team, we discussed about the plastic waste management and circular economy, and actually I just act as a chair, and moderator is our professor, is now the facilitator here, and our chair also in the panelist. Then what we discussed there, we as a team, we understood that we have experts from various countries, 6 experts, Mrs. Susanna Thakur as the first speaker, and Mr. Dennis Sira, Project Manager UNIDO on behalf of the Global Alliance on the Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency. The first speaker, I think I didn't mention properly, Mrs. Susanna Telaku. She is a Pacific Region expert, Secretariat from the Pacific Regional Environmental Program. And the third expert presented, Professor Young Chung. He played dual role as a moderator as well as the expert. And the fourth presenter, Professor Sandhya Babel from School from Biochemical Engineering and the Technology, Thailand. and Mr. Pavi Raj Prahija, business development expert from India. And there are another panelist from, I think one of the, Jaya is one of the panelists, and one from the Sri Lanka, Mrs. Manoj Apasogmari and Mr. Amish Mutudio from Fiji, and Mrs. Vasana Jakur from the Thailand, and the professor as well as our chairman from Nepal, Joint Secretary for the ULM Development and Minister of Urban Development from Nepal, Mr. Padma Kumar. Okay, then as a team, we understood that the threat of the plastic management for the world, because it affects the human health as well as the ecosystem. Then the challenges of the plastic waste management, as we discussed throughout 2 days also. Then finding the alternatives, one of the major challenges, as when we go into the manage the plastic, the awareness of the all the stakeholders, especially for the public awareness and other things, and how to the supporting from the ground level, for example, collecting and the recycling procedures, and law enforcement issues. Then we know the EPR, a lot of countries in the region we have already introduced the EPR system, and some other countries are in the process to introduce the enforcement, but this is only for the, as we discussed, only for the formal sector, but it will be a very challenging to introduce the legal provisions to the informal sector. Then awareness very much, we understood the awareness is very much important for the all level of the public people in all our countries, and the lack, the limited funding resources and technology availabilities. Then our expert, their presenters, they show them some what are the alternatives we can available. For example, our professor explained the biodegradable bottles, and funding resources that one of the panelists told the talking about the microplastic, how it affects to our human health, because it inhale through our air as air pollution factor, as well as it will go to the food chain to the, then it.
You have 1 minute.
Then I think the 1 minute I will give to the professor to fill the gaps, because he was there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite the third moderator, Mr. Hubert from UK. He's going to talk about some summary of circular economy and textile and fashion industry. Please.
Thank you.
You have 3 or 4 minutes, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had 6 people giving presentations, and the session was chaired by Sri Rohit Kansal, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Textiles. So we were very honoured to have him chair the session. We had Morgan Parizeau, who talked about the need for additional investment, and also that most of the policy, and there's lots of policy in this space, most of it is in the global north. We heard some really good case studies from Sonal Kaushik of Aditya Birla, talking about what her what industry is doing, and also we heard some really interesting case studies from Japan. Tushar Jani talked about, gave us a really good overview of circularity, redesign, reduce resource consumption, reuse, remanufacture, recycle, or regenerate. And then we had some more interesting case studies, again, from industry, from Mansha Balacha. And then finally, bringing us right back to what is the point of this, we were reminded that this is all about the need to reduce our contribution to climate change. And that was a presentation by Mr. Pankaj Kumar. And then we were joined by Rezal Kuman from the Ministry of Forest and Climate Change from Bangladesh, and we had a panel discussion. And it seemed to me, at least, that the discussion or the presentations kind of fell into two camps about how we deal with this problem of textiles, and it is a problem. There's a lot of waste. And those two camps seem to be the need to do more recycling and sorting versus the need to reduce consumption. So is this a problem of consumption? Is this a problem of production? And we came across this concept of value versus virtue. You know, what is the economics of this versus what is right and good for the planet? And of course, those two things ideally should converge. But Additional Secretary Rohit Kansal summarised it up really well at the end, saying that circularity presents a massive opportunity for India and for the region, and that it certainly is a challenge for incumbents. And I think that was the kind of tension, if you like, within the conversation that we had. How do incumbents respond to circularity, and how do we enable them to respond by raising the floor through policy and regulation, and how do we enable circular business model innovators to kind of come in and take their place? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. I think circular economy in textile and fashion industry is going to be a big challenge and very important sector, especially in the Asian region. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite round table 4 from Dr. Rupa Chandra. We'd like to hear a summary of circular economy and construction industry. So, Dr. Chandra, you have 3 or 4 minutes. Please go ahead and summarize your session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So in our session, we had 3 presenters and 3 panelists. The session brought together experts and industry leaders to discuss strategies for achieving sustainability in the cement industry. One thing that came through very clearly was the huge carbon footprint that this particular industry has, but also its relevance in terms of living standards and the kind of goals we have in urban development. Professor S.K. Singh addressed the issue of C&D waste, with India generating approximately 350 million tons annually, and his presentation explored recycling methods, including various kinds of treatments. Dr. L.P. Singh from NCB discussed the transition towards a circular economy in the cement industry, and he emphasized the use of industrial byproducts, etc. Professor Hao Wang presented on the cement and concrete industry's journey towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050, and highlighted again the significant carbon footprint it has. The panelists talked about, the key levers. For instance, Mr. Rene van Berkel introduced the key levers for making C&D activities more sustainable, such as by outlining strategies in terms of designing of buildings, the prefabrication, ensuring end-of-cycle recovery of materials, etc. Ms. Miyamoto from ILO highlighted the importance of working with local communities to build resilient and sustainable infrastructure, and Ms. Somya Chaturvedula talked about some of the emerging approaches, such as the upcoming regulations, which would bring large-scale construction projects under extended producer responsibility. The chair's summary reinforced that the sector is moving towards a circular economy by adopting locally sourced materials, low-emission construction techniques, and holistic community-led approaches. And several challenges were, of course, highlighted across the speakers. For instance, some common challenges were weak regulatory enforcement, lack of standardization, quality variability, lack of community engagement, and some of the recommendations that came through related to establishing industry standards, providing financial incentives, promoting investments in processing infrastructure, more R&D and technological innovation, public-private partnerships, public procurement, which takes into account recycling and repurposing, etc. If I were to summarize some of the key messages that really came across, one would be to take a very holistic and integrated approach and a value chain approach. Second, to really look at scientific and technological research and innovation as the basis for promoting circularity in this industry. There's tremendous scope for South-South collaboration and learning from each other. Fourth, embedding circularity in the development of climate resilient, inclusive, and sustainable infrastructure. Fifth, local contextualization in terms of skills and availability of resources and other materials. And never forgetting the centrality of this industry to the whole greenhouse gas emissions, resource efficiency debate. This is a very, very important industry. So overall, need a very sort of holistic, integrated approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to hear a good summary from Dr. Chanda. Okay, now I'd like to invite the fifth moderator or session chair to summarize the session, circular economy and biomass waste. So, Ms. Atasi from Tuvalu. So you have 3 or 4 minutes, please, given time.
Thank you. So on Roundtable 5, that focus on circular economy and biomass waste, we started off the session with 3 presentations. One from Malaysia in the context of the carbon sequestration, India that provides an overview of organic farming, and Japan also presented a case study on composting from livestock farming. Those presentations help set the scene for the question and answer, especially the panel discussion that followed after those presentations. We had 4 panelists that joined us for this session, including India, the panelists from India, Cambodia, Fiji, and Tonga. From all the discussion, it was good to hear the different practices, experience from the different countries and how that's related to addressing circular economy in the biomass waste sector. In conclusions, I have made 4 points that help wrap up the session. And firstly is that technology is a necessity to drive change. But also those technology needs to ensure co-benefits, especially in this area of biomass waste, leading to that help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And second is that circular economy better work when systems and processes are established in accordance with site-specific city context, as well as government or country's capabilities. And then thirdly, as part of the practicing or implementing circular economy in the biomass waste sector, it is important that we talked about behavior change, because that is very important for us to get things work on the ground. And then lastly, the importance of capacity building and education to ensure that people or farmers on the ground is able to use the technology and also to apply the different methodologies and systems that will be put in place in order for us to strengthen circular economy in the biomass sector, biomass waste sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the summarize of the session. Now we have last summary table number 6. Circular economy and freshwater resources. I'd like to invite Professor Brajesh Dubey from India. So you have 3 or 4 minutes, please. Floor is yours.
So thank you, Professor Jang. So as you heard, our panel was on circularity in the water sector, and the rest of the others were mostly in the waste circular economy, we talk more waste, less water. So that was the first theme, first topic of our discussion, that we need to talk more about circularity in water. That was kind of unanimous among the panel. So in terms of the presentation, we had 3 presentations from NMCG, National Mission for Clean Ganga. Mr. Swaroop presented that. And then we had Mr. Imani Kumar from ICLEI. And the third presenter was myself. So I'll quickly summarize the presentation, and then we had a panel discussion which was attended by these speakers, along with we had Priyanka from CEEW in the panel, and of course our chair person from Mongolia, madam was also there as part of the panel. So in terms of the talk, of course, NMCG, those of us from the India, we are aware of that. Even people from abroad are aware of NMCG. It's a flagship program of the government of India. So there are 467 projects running right now. 290 projects have been, 467 projects total, 292 has been completed. And with the theme of Nirmal Ganga, Aviral Ganga, Jan Ganga, Gyan Ganga, Arth Ganga. So having a holistic approach in terms of that program is taking through. And this is called Namami Gange program. And we also heard from Mr. Swaroop regarding the national framework development on the safe reuse of treated water, and model framework from different states. Some states are actually way ahead, some states are still making progress, but 13 states, for example, already have the policy on water reuse. And he also stressed on how all the activities of this NMCG relates to the SDG number 9. That was kind of in very brief. I'm just, because of the lack of time, I'm just giving a very brief summary. Followed by Mr. Imani Kumar's, he focused more on city level circularity, how to bring city level circularity activities in terms of the water management, to have the circular city action framework. Beyond 3R, he talked about 5R, like we should also think about rethink and rejuvenate, and taking a holistic approach. So holistic approach was kind of a theme line for all the different presentation. And we also highlighted some of the reuse of the treated water in abroad, like global examples and some Indian examples. And my presentation, again, it was more on why the circularity is needed, why it is critical, like from the water's security point of view. We, as a country, we are 16% of the world population, but we are only 4% of the water we have. So we actually, bringing water circularity is a necessity for a country like India. It's not a luxury anymore. It has to happen even for any type of industry to survive. So that's what I was trying to highlight. Then in the panel discussion, Priyanka was the part of that, and she highlighted a concept: we need to have good data. Without data, having good quality data is important in terms of any policy making, any implementation you do. Having good quality data at the city level, we need to have that. That will really help us into development of water reuse plan. And then we also talked about governance is very important, how a holistic approach, ecological approach, how to make reusable water acceptable to public. Economic aspect was also discussed over there. And then there were also, from the audience, we also could take a couple of questions where we talk about the decentralized versus centralized system. We'll also discuss. So again, in terms of take-home messages, technologies are there. Need is also kind of identified. Now we have to take a holistic approach, bring all the different stakeholders and make it happen on the ground. So that was it. Thank you, Dr. Jain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dubey, Professor Dubey. Okay, so now I'd like to kindly invite our session chair, Mr. Menali, Joint Secretary, Minister of Urban Development in Nepal, so to deliver a closing remark in this session. So please go ahead, and you have about 2 minutes before we have a lunch. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. There were 6 sessions, and each got around 4 to 5 minutes to really brief that back. But this is a chair who has to complete this in 2 minutes. So it's not easy job, but I really take this challenge on. But Dr. Dubey made me very easy for this, because I'm not repeating all the things what happened in all the six panels, 6 roundtables. So when he was presenting at last with the freshwater kind of thing, I was remembering my school days on water cycle kind of thing, in which we really thought a globe is one single entity in a system. So challenges remains in the same way now. Even if you go for plastics, even if you go for fresh water, or even if you go for textiles and everything, we need to recognize this issue. The issue is like this: there is a science, there is a community practicing. So we have to really find the gap on it. So gap will make you a kind of solutions in which we can think of a single system on it, single system of plastic, single system of construction upcycling or recycling, and if we got that, then we can find a solution. And solution is there itself, but we have to really co-work and we have to believe in science, because in plastic case, I was there in a round table. The science speaks. We have to stop it now, but for that even we have to really have the alternate solutions altogether. So at last, because when I was listening to 6 panels, 6 round tables, and I just figure out what could be a solution. Solution is there with schools, with students, and they are the future. So we have to make the future first. So future people, when we talk about community and kind of making carbon footprint and production and economy, then we have to start with the students all the way, because they are the future. But science has to go with it, and finance or the good practices has to translate it in all the way, so that emerging approaches are more recorded, so that we can use at state level and the regional level, and even for encouraging private sector for having a very creative solutions in that. I think this is the only I can say in 2 minutes, because with this, and let me thank all the presenters, all the panelists, all the moderators and session chairs who really did it in a very squeezed time. The time was so precious at that time, because we started so late and we had to complete in time. So I'm not speaking more than this. With this, let me close this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we officially close the plenary session 7 roundtable reporting session. So I think we have a few announcements. Go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Jang, and thank you, Mr. Menali ji, for summarizing this very quickly. We will now break for lunch, requesting you all to please proceed for lunch. We will return to this hall exactly at 2:15 for the plenary session 8 on greening SMEs towards circular society, including the role of PPP. At the same time, the India-Japan bilateral dialogues will take place in boardroom number 1. This will be addressed by Mr. Yutaka Matsusawa, Honorable Vice Minister for Global Environmental Affairs, Ministry of the Environment, Japan, and Shri Tokan Sahuji, Honorable Minister of State, Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. We request you to please return by 2:15, because we have the last 2 plenary sessions for this forum, and we would like to, the negotiations for the Jaipur Declaration will begin exactly at 3:30 after the 2:15 session. So we request you to please be on time at 2:15. See you. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
होके कहीं ना कहीं उसका यूज़ हो रहा है, तो वो पर्यावरण के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा मैसेज एक जाता है। और राजस्थान में जो 3R है आपका, रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रीयूज और रिसाइकिल थीम पर शहर में ऐसे केंद्रों की स्थापना की है राजस्थान में, जहाँ पर आपकी ये सब चीज़ें जो वेस्ट हो जाती है वो आप ले जा कर के वहाँ रख सकते हैं, वहाँ इकट्ठा कर सकते हैं और वो वहाँ पर रिसाइकल होके ज़रूरतमंद लोगों को दी जाती है। उसमें कपड़े, जूते, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम्स, ये सारी चीज़ें उसमें काम आ सकती हैं। इसी तरह से शहरों में वेस्ट टू वंडर पार्क भी स्थापित किए गए हैं, ताकि जो वहाँ पर पेड़ पौधों का जो कचरा गिरता है उनको भी वहाँ यूज़ करके और उसके खाद के रूप में पार्क में काम में लिए जाते हैं। और जैसे टायर है उसका भी सुंदर सी चीज़ें बना के उसके डेकोरेशन भी करके उसको उस चीज़ में भी हमें काम में लिया जा रहा है। पार्कों को भी सुंदर बनाने में बहुत योगदान इसका रीयूज़ हो रहा है चीज़ों का। कबाड़ का जो सामान होता है, जैसा मैंने बताया आपको, पुराना फर्नीचर है, सौंदर्य सामग्रियां हैं, इनको भी छोटे उद्योग वाले इन चीज़ों को भी काम में लेकर के और एक अच्छी चीज़ बना रहे हैं। पुरानी चीज़ों को लेके एक सुंदर चीज़ जिसको आप वेस्ट में डाल देते हैं, कचरे में पड़ी रहती है, उनको ऐसा बना के दे रहे हैं कि आप उनको डेकोरेशन पीस बना के अपने घर में, ऑफिस में, शॉप पर रख सकते हैं, उसको काम में ले सकते हैं। हमारे उदयपुर शहर में प्लास्टिक की ब्रिक्स बनाई जा रही हैं एक उसको, तो आपके कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्क में काम आ रहा है प्लास्टिक, और मजबूती आ रही है, उससे मजबूत चीज़ बनाई जा रही है। इसी प्रकार सड़कों के लिए भी प्लास्टिक का जो वेस्ट है वो सड़क को मजबूती देने में भी अभी नया है, सो काम में लिया जा रहा है। बस मैं विदेश से आए हुए प्रतिनिधियों को और यहाँ के सभी प्रतिनिधियों को जो अपना अपना विचार, अपना अपना विषय यहाँ पर जिन्होंने रखा है, मुझे लगता है कि जितने प्रतिभागी यहाँ पर आए हैं वो सब इसका लाभ अपने शहर में, अपने देश में जा कर के लेंगे। इस कार्यक्रम को यहाँ मेरे गुलाबी नगरी में आयोजित करने के लिए मैं भारत सरकार का बहुत बहुत आभार और आए हुए अतिथियों का, जिन्होंने मेरे इतने सुंदर शहर की, मैं तो ये प्रार्थना करूंगी, आप लोगों से ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि जयपुर बहुत सुंदर शहर है, उसको प्लीज़ देखें ज़रूर। सो मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ और फिर से धन्यवाद करती हूँ मेरी भारत सरकार का, मेरी राजस्थान सरकार का, और आप सब जिन्होंने इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया उन सभी लोगों का, अधिकारियों का बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Ms. Manju Sharma, for really inspiring us and showcasing the importance of a city-level initiatives, showcasing the brilliance of Jaipur. A lot of lessons for our other Asia-Pacific countries and the cities. So without further ado, what I think we can do, we have about half an hour for this panel, including myself. We'll take 5 minutes each, please. And then you open up to our very distinguished experts joining as well after that to give some views, and then we can open for the conversation. So maybe I just have one presentation, but before that, we'd also like to poll the audience. This is one sort of Mentimeter, this platform that we have. I'd like to quickly see, at the very end of this conversation, what do you think about some of the issues that we'll be discussing for the last 2.5 days. So maybe I can request my colleagues to very quickly showcase this, and including our panel members can also do a quick scanning and see how you respond to this Mentimeter. You can do just a scanning of this. We have 3 questions, and I want to kind of showcase how it reflects the views of our audience. Maybe you can also do. Excellent. So Ryan, maybe we can have the first question, please. You're all scanning, right? Very good. So we'll do the first question. Ryan, can you do the first question, please? Good. So what comes to mind when you think of circular economy? If you have one word that will define what you think about circular economy, that will be great. And we can then kind of see how the audience is responding to this particular issue of circular economy, because you're learning a lot for last 2.5 days, and to kind of capture all your views together. Sustainability, waste to wealth, efficiency, net zero, and I'm sure it will be also helpful for our Jaipur declaration, because we want to see, your views are also reflected through these words in the declaration. So it's very important to identify, and somebody has to kind of click. One of our photographers will click, when do the first question. What are the kind of, the bigger pictures we see? Zero waste, sustainability, reuse, recycle. Wonderful. So let me also take one photo before we can talk about it. Wonderful. Now, can you have the second question, please, Ryan? So we have 60 responses, quite a good response. So what are the barriers to moving towards a circular economy? I mean, you're all talking about solutions, and great to see at all different levels you're presenting your organizations. So what are the things you really feel kind of, a barrier towards making this happen? And I think, again, let's see what comes up. Governance, financial challenge, behavior, okay. Consumption, increasing consumption, okay. Lethargy, very interesting word. Politics, linear thinking, okay, wonderful. Capitalism, landfills, my colleagues from Pacific can tell you, the importance of that, how to really get use from that is very, very critical. Technology, mindset, very important. Wonderful. Maybe one or two more. We have to cross more than 60 in this question, okay? We have 46, 51. Let's do more than 60 for this one, please. Okay. Wonderful. Say, oh, wonderful. You've crossed 60 now. So mindset, behavior, capitalism, awareness, technology, production. Wonderful. Okay, good. Let's do the last question, that question number 3. Ryan, good. So actually, after this, I'm going to make a quick presentation. You will see. So something that within UNESCAP, we are working with all our members, 53 member states, as our director mentioned, from Turkey to Tuvalu, from Russia to Laos, PDR. We are covering 53 members of Asia and the Pacific. And we produced this report, which launched this morning, is that what are the top priorities? And if you look at those 6 secrets, as we call it, let's see, according to you, which is the most important one. Of course, it varies very much. Context matters, national level, regional level, including at the city level. I'm sure Madam will tell what things are different in Jaipur to Udaipur, for example, or from Bombay to Calcutta. So I think we have all of these different ideas. So if you can rank all of these 6 different, what I call the unlocking the secrets of circular. Okay, education still tops. So, Madam, I'm sure you'll see the importance of this, even the awareness around circular economy, at all different levels are quite important. So, wonderful. So, according to our audience, we have education, regulation, finance, infrastructure, innovation, and collaboration. Of course, it doesn't mean that collaboration, at the end of the day, we need to collaborate all together, but still it kind of gives you an idea as to how we look into this. So, with that, I thank you, all of you, for really, being a part of this. What I'll do very, very quickly, I just want to highlight what are the a few things we need to focus in the next half an hour or so in our panel. So if I can request my colleagues to just put up the presentation, I think that will be quite useful. So we are looking into 3 kind of broader areas. If you just look at the issue of circularity, I think partnership, the collaboration, as you see, is really at the heart of taking this forward. And I think what we really want to talk about here is the idea that our panel members will speak on this issue. Number one, what are the drivers of this innovation when you talk on circular economy? How do you use smart and digital technologies to make this happen? And very importantly, what is the role of public policy to foster this circular economy? So we are trying to look at, from our panel members to really focus on this, because we need to also look into the issue of solutions and then how do we incentivize private sector. So I think that's kind of the broader idea for our conversation today, and I'm sure the experts will focus on that. I just want to share, like in 2 minutes, 3 things. How do you engage? How do you scale up? And how do you cooperate? I think these are the 3 things we feel which are coming up from all our conversation in the region, that this is really at the crux as to how we take to the next level. So number one, we need to understand the policy landscape. As I mentioned in the morning, we have kind of analyzed 79 policies in the region on circularity. And you can see from 92, we're trying to track this, and it's really kind of see the improvement of that policy, of course at different stages. But what is important for us to understand that across the region, there is really a momentum towards circular economy and related policy, of course at different levels, but we need to understand that. So that's number one. Number 2 issue is really about the challenges that we face. And we found, as you can see, one definitely on the investment, issue on supply chain, and thirdly about the requirements of circularity, how to take it to the next level. We talk about all different 11 priorities of circularity. So that's number 2, the understanding the challenge. The number 3 issue is about those 6 secrets, as we talked about, from education to finance to collaboration to regulation, innovation, and at the same time, the idea of infrastructure. So that's something we need to see how we kind of utilize this. The number 3, the other point is here is really about the SMEs. I think I'm sure again colleagues will talk about it. So we need more and more digital tools to really bring these MSMEs within the sustainability conversation, especially to focus on that. So we developed a tool in ESCAP called ESGpedia, and with this tool, we're opening up to all the region to understand this issue of sustainability and circularity. Number 5 is the business leadership. And I'm very happy to see here my colleague from Indorama, who is leading our task force on circular economy. So we have actually scanned through the region, and some of the biggest companies, like within India, for example, Mahindra, we have EN Plus from Russia, CLP Holding from China, City Development from Singapore, Unilever, Asia Pacific. So they all provided that information as to how the business leadership can take it to the next level of this conversation. The number 6 point is really about how to really look into all these issues of policies, but focusing mostly on the stakeholders' engagement. And very lastly, it's call to action. We have different ideas from the government, from the business, and from a network that we work through the years, BNS business network. We need to kind of focus on bringing those stakeholders together. So I stop here, and I request now the Joint Secretary, Ms. Satish Singh Ji, to give some perspective. Sir, over to you.
Chairperson of the panel, fellow members on the dais, distinguished delegates from various parts of the world, ladies and gentlemen. So I have a very short presentation, and I'll be able to, through the presentation, give you a small perspective what is happening on the MSME ecosystem in India. To begin with, just some numbers. To get going, there are about 60 million MSMEs in India, and they employ about 230 million people. They contribute 30% into the gross value added, and 45% of the exports. So these are numbers, which must be similar in terms of, national incomes and employment and exports in various parts of the world. MSMEs are definitely very, very critical to the industrial economy of any country. Also, just another perspective is that anything in India, MSME is defined in terms of investment and turnover. These are the composite criteria. So anything which has an investment of 1,250 million rupees or a turnover which is less than 5,000 million rupees, that is categorized and classified as a micro, small or medium enterprise. So what I wanted to come forth, ma'am, like you mentioned about the MSMEs in Jaipur. So it is our understanding that so the environmentalists are very fond of talking about what is known as the hard to abate sector, and I would argue over here the MSMEs are the hard to debate sector. It's very difficult for the MSME to engage with with circular economic practices or circular economics altogether per se. So while the MSME certainly has the entire spectrum, there may be ranging medium enterprises which are at the top of the table, and they would be already into this arena, and there would be some who just don't know anything about it, and for them their very survival could be at stake. And in the middle are several which if given the right guidance and the motivation and the incentives can certainly swing. So but for them the important question out is, what is in it for me? What does circular economy bring to me? That's apparently the settled question. And if you want to win this debate, you have to answer this question. So the answer definitely is not going to come from saying that you have a social responsibility, or you need to be need to bear the future in the mind, or things like. Well, of course that is very much true, but that may not be the entire truth. That may not be what's happening on the ground. They want much more than that. And what is also very important to understand, a lot of it stems from what is known as the profitability. They are looking at the revenue, they are looking at the expenditure. So any policy prescription, whether it is from the private sector or through the government, it has to bear into any formulation, any scheme, any strategy which captures this element of profitability. How either the circular economy should be able to increase the revenue, or it should be able to decrease the expenditure. So if we have that mix right into the policy prescription, we will certainly be able to move forward. That is my something which I wanted to put forth to the House. Now another thing is that in the policy directions, we also need to understand that the MSMEs operate either as individual units or into the supply chain or in the clusters. That's where the the MSME ecosystem is, and you need bespoke solutions on circular economy on each of these various aspects. And these solutions have to come both from the demand side and the supply side. It can't just be one way. So we've just seen a host of items where the solutions could be financial and non-financial, legal, and and so on and so forth. And of course, so the government of course has recognized all of them, and now we are coming up with what is known as a roadmap for transition to the circular economy for the MSME ecosystem. So that will definitely capture what has been put out before. So just to get into these slides, I have a short presentation which tells us some of the things which we are doing, some of the new things. Can we just go to the next slide? Is there a slide mover here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is just a list of 11 focus areas which have been identified by the Niti Aayog in the Government of India, and this is where the entire work of the circular economics is happening in India. Okay, so these are some of the new initiatives which the Ministry of MSME in the Government of India has taken. There are what is known as the MSE Micro Small and Enterprise SPICE scheme. There is an MSME Innovative scheme, and there is a JEF 8 project which the ministry is conducting with the with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So the MSc scheme for promotion and investment in circular economy, that is the SPICE, is a pioneering effort in the direction of circular economics. It is the first of its type in the nation, and here it was launched in December 2023, and it has a financial outlay of 47 million rupees. And if you look at the details, it has these various components. There are the primary component is providing a credit-linked capital subsidy for investment into circular economics, machinery and equipment. Also, like we mentioned in the previous discussion, information asymmetry is a very big problem, and so there is a certain amount of money which has been allocated for awareness and IEC. And this is another project which we are undertaking with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So this is on reducing plastic pollution from the food and beverage packaging industry, and this has an outlay of about $8 million, and it will be running for 4 years. Okay, so these are the various components. It again has industrial capacity. I'm just finishing this here. And so just quickly run through this. This is another, this is a scheme called the MSME Innovation Scheme. So this is a scheme wherein, we've invite ideation and help the conversion of the idea into a business process. So these are some of the, success stories of those, of that program. And, there are about 900 such technical colleges, universities across India which have joined this program. So these slides will remain, and we'll be able to share them with everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my pleasure now to invite my colleague, Ms. Mikiko Chikomiyamoto, our head of the country office of ILO in India. Michiko, 5 minutes, please.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you. I'll try my 5 minutes. So ILO as an institution from UN Technical Agency looking after the employment and world of work, we do work a lot on the greening of the industry with the enterprise, and then specifically on SME, which is the focus of this presentation. So when we look at SME, of course, we look at the overall requirement from enterprise point of view, what makes it ticks when they move to greening of their operation. There's an aspect of course, government rules, regulation, because we have to, and business rationale. Of course, there's an opportunities to be part of it. And then, of course, there's a more and more so requirement from the buyer's point of view. We work a lot with value chain and supply chain issues. And of course, when the parent entity have the requirement, then it's trickled down to all the supply chain, value chains, institutions. And of course, we talked about the finance, availability of financial availability, finance, technology, and skills. And that all comes to the important decision whether the enterprises or owners are moving or not moving. And more these days, cultural norms are very much present compared to, let's say, 10 years ago. Expectation is such that enterprise are making some kind of efforts to moving into greening and greening operation to that. And social dialogue, now this is, I'm going to touch upon a little bit more later on, because it is an enterprise level operation. We find it quite effective when the management work together with the employees with the clear one understanding to why we're doing this all together. Sorry. So I'm just skipping the slide to moving on to the SME. So for me, it's always important to think about why should we or why shouldn't we moving into or do something, right? And then in this forum, we talk about why we should circular economy, why should greening, etc. And why should we support and then strongly push SME. So these are the elements that ILO picks up. And of course, SME is 400 million in the world, account 50% of the gas emission and 13% of the energy demand, which means that if we forget this important element, we are very slow to moving into anything that we discussed for the last 3 days. And of course, SME is again the backbone of the economy and bulk of the social involvement, which means 70% of the employment workforce worldwide are under the SME. So SME about part of the supply chains, part of the value chains, and without putting the priority in this segment, again, the speed to move to greening or circular economy is going to be a lot slower. So that's why we should, right? And then I need to also add that SME are increasingly the victim of the, many of the climate crisis these days. When we see so many flooding happening or climate disaster, big industry can recover very quickly. They have supply chains all over the world, but who's suffering most are the SMEs, local SMEs, where they have a little bit of limitation for the credit and market access. So they should be SME owners have more incentive or motivation to be part of the key operators to move the greening economy as it affects them very much. And I must say, the last one, why we should is, of course, there's a lot of opportunities, potential that is not utilized for SME. And now this is important for talking about the next point. Okay, so we talk about why we should, but why something are not happening. And for me, this is always a crunch point when we look at why something is not happening, because it gives us clear indication where we should be focusing our effort, right? So this is according to the SME owners. Why aren't you greening your operation? First of all, access to technology, knowledge, and innovation. So compared to large firms, limited access to what is available, what is affordable in terms of technology and knowledge and access. And same for the policy and environment regulations. Often it's not all small and medium-sized operation or micro, even more so, operators are not familiar with what is the regulation, what is the current regulation to be updated in the real time. And of course, the market uncertainty, it's a competitive word. So without knowing what can be sold in the market, green services, green product, it is very difficult for SME owner to make a decision as such. Capacity of skills to be able to produce something green in the process of operation and also outputs. Now, this is one of the top concerns that SME owners put on the table. They don't have staff to be able to produce that. Now, certification process, that is again, these days, you put the product with the certification, and it's not often very clear for SME owners where and who is going to certify and what needs to be done to be able to get such a certification. Sorry? Okay. All right. So in that sense, I think the policy level and then direct sector level intervention, and then specific tools and a program level. So there are different level of interventions, right? So I think today it was very good that discussion was focused on sectoral, because sectoral approaches, sectors has so many different focuses, and it has to be relevant to all. I'm going to pick two tools that ILO use, which is very popular and good feedback. One is Green Business Guide. The reason that I put this is it's written in the language of SME owners, not by UN or academics. So it has been used widely, and it's available publicly. So this is recommended use. I'm going to skip this one. Okay, another tool that I would recommend, this is called a score for climate. So this is also available publicly. So this is a global approach that ILO has received very positive feedback from SME owners. And the uniqueness for one of the approach is the owner of the SME worked in the process together with their employees, work size, so that the process is combined and discussed, and then focuses how to increase the productivity in the process. And I just put this as a priority because at the end of the day, SME needs to survive, right? So it has to make profit. It has to produce something sellable, or it has to be cutting the cost in the process so that everyone can benefit in the end of the process. So in that sense, tools need to help how to measure the productivity and profit in that sense. So the rest of the things, I just put it available for resources. So I will end this here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michiko. I know there's so many things to share, and this opportunity, but time is also limited. May I now request Mr. Wayne Hubbard to really give some perspective from a city.
Thank you. I'll be as quick as I can as soon as I get my presentation up. There we go. Right, so yeah, I'm from an organisation called Re-London. We have a mission to revolutionise our relationship with stuff. And one of the things we do is support business. We want to make the circular economy everyone's business. Do you like that? I'll move to the next slide. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. Go the wrong way. Right, I'm also here to represent the Circular Economy Institute, and I'm a board member of that. I'm not going to dwell on these things because you can read them, presumably, at your leisure. So we support small business. Well, why do we do that? So this is all about climate change, I think, right? So the kind of things that circular economy business models help to abate are those hard to abate emissions primarily, not the easy stuff in quotes, the hard stuff, the behavior change stuff. So circular economy business models that are better than the linear alternative make it easier. There's less friction to adopt those circular economy business models. So it follows for us that by promoting circular economy businesses and by helping them existing linear businesses transition to the circular economy, that helps provide products and services to citizens, and we become more circular. It's obviously more complicated than that, but that's our kind of starting point. We do this by providing a range of services, bespoke services, equity, debt to startups and small businesses. And we also provide grants to existing businesses on what we call the high street. In London, there are 9 million citizens, and there are 600 shopping streets, high streets, main streets, and 90% of Londoners live within 10 minutes of those high streets. So if we can divide those up into neighbourhoods and help to make those neighbourhoods more circular, we've kind of helped 90% of 9 million people become more circular. What do we mean by circular? We mean if you're making stuff using recyclable material, if you're making stuff making that thing recyclable, we mean sharing, we mean leasing, and we mean designing for durability. So those 5 business models, which Melissa talked about actually on day 1, we share those same business models. In fact, from Circular Advantage, which I think was mentioned also on day 1 or day 2. So you can look at that if you want. These are our 5 focus areas. They're fairly similar in European terms: food, fashion, plastics, built environment, and electricals. So we're really interested in helping businesses who manage those kinds of materials. We offer advice, grants, and connections. It's very resource intensive, so it requires a lot of hand holding. The idea, though, is as we do more of it, we get better at it and we get more efficient. So it kind of does scale up, and those those offers become more replicable. So we've got a couple of case studies. So we've got one at the moment we call High Streets Beyond Waste, so helping normal high street businesses, food businesses, hair salons, become more circular. We helped a catering venue near Wembley Stadium in London save hundreds of pounds a week by swapping out their flexible plastic beer glasses for rigid, reusable beer glasses. People respected them more, it saved them a load of money, they employed more people, and everyone was happy. So just doing simple things like that. If you offer a small grant to enable the business to make a small change to save money, then there's a kind of double whammy in terms of benefits. And then a circular neighbourhood strategy where we look at a neighbourhood and we help businesses in that neighbourhood become more circular, also working with schools and civil society. And again, the idea that if you make that neighbourhood more circular, you offer products and services that are simply better than the linear alternative, it is a lot less friction in getting people to to change their behaviour. And I think fundamentally, I would like to think that consumers, that citizens, are the victims of overproduction and not the reverse. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Arab Huballa to really give some points relevant to the Jaipur Declaration now. Arab, you will be there almost very soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me get my presentation on. It will be very quick. Great. Thank you very much. Just to begin with, one word about the Switch Asia program, because it could be of interest for all of you. I think all the countries represented here have already benefited from Switch Asia. This is a program I launched with the EU in 2007, and it has been going all this time. It has received already almost $500 million in grants. So there are projects in each and every of the countries of the Asia and Pacific. So please look at that. And beside the support you will receive, you have policy support component there that help you in the policy framework on sustainable consumption, production, and circular economy, as well as local projects. And there are currently 24 ongoing projects. There have already been more than 120 that have been completed. Just to give you an overview, it could be of great interest to you if you go to the switchasia.eu program. Now, you have seen this several times. I'm not going to insist on that. The only thing I want to take, there is an ISO standard that has been done on circular economy. Do and look at all the title, the elements that are there. It will guide you in the different R's, which are more than 10 R's. And here, if I want to think about the 3 R's, before thinking about the 3 R's, before considering the 3 R's, please, before consider the first 3, refuse, rethink, reduce, and then you go to the 3 R's. So this is extremely important if you want to be serious about circularity. Now, I want to show you the principles on which the Association of Business have agreed upon within Asia Pacific, mainly in Asian countries. They have been discussing a lot about the issue and the principle that they retain. They would definitely want to contribute to the net zero for climate, nature, and environment. A very good and interesting goal. But then how to move on that, on resource circularity, efficiency, and substitution. This has already all been defined in the document that you see on the bottom there. Hopefully you will get it later on. Enhance responsibility in the business sector. Concentrate a lot on ideation, innovation, co-creation, and scaling up, and then looking at the net benefit that you have from there. Now, there are a certain number of cases. I will not go in detail on that, but just to show you that these type of cases exist in each and every country, each and every city, how big, how small, how remote it is. People usually, we don't see them, and I will tell you stories after that, and I want to insist on this issue. So this one is in Cambodia, You have other ones that are here in Philippines, and in each of the countries we have tens of cases there. So since we don't have time, the PowerPoint will be provided to you. This one is in Vietnam, agriculture sector, building sector, fashion, all of them are represented here. This is not the bank system, and I know the bank, I convinced even the chef to reduce the waste when we're working with the consumers. And this is in India about how we can use solar panels. So this slide that I just prepared last night derived from another responsibility I have. I'm the executive director of SEED, Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Development, that has been launched in Johannesburg by UNEP, UNDP, and IUCN. We are working with small and medium enterprises. These are lessons from our work with them, hundreds of SMEs around the world. The first thing is you have to consider the enterprise perspective. Recognize their potential. Don't mistreat them. Local innovation solution for global solution. Local innovation is by far the most sustainable because it is deeply rooted, it replies to a local problem, and the entrepreneur is key about his future. A big company can innovate somewhere, they fail, they can go somewhere else. So the one that deserves the attention of the banks and the government is really micro, small, and medium enterprises, if we want to be serious about that. Second one is the non-financial support. You speak with an enterprise, and they will tell you, I need money. Yes, but they don't know how to deal with the banks, and they don't know how to deal with the government. So we need to make them literate about financial issues, but you need to make the banks literate about the needs of the SMEs. So it's two sides. We usually neglect this part, which has been for us after 20 years the most important one, the non-financial support for the micro, small, and medium enterprise. Then the financial support, how it works, the policy framework that need to give the space to the SMEs, listen to them. I'll give you a brief example, if Sudeep give you a minute, and then the market perspective, where you have to create those networks and build multi-stakeholder partnerships. Now, these are lessons you know up. I want to conclude on a few elements that I have been just listening to here. First of all, it's extremely important that we all understand here that there will be no circular economy. There will be no net zero. There will be no sustainability without duly enabled micro and small medium enterprises. This is simply impossible, and the government has not understood it yet because it's not on their priority list. The innovation, as I said, the right one is at their level, and they can do miracles. It's in the interest of everybody. But we need to take them from the innovative side, ideation, to replication, multiplier, acceleration for scaling up. One cannot do it alone. We need to bring the network with the market and the government to do this. An extremely important issue is the green procurement processes. How much the governments are giving importance to the micro, small, and medium enterprises when they make their call for procurement. This is extremely weak everywhere in the world, not only in Asia. And that's why we're failing to work with the micro, small, and medium enterprises, without whom we cannot go towards circularity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I request Survey to really wrap up in a very interesting way? I'm sure you're relying on you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel the pressure of talking to an audience right after lunch and standing in between the negotiations for Jaipur Declaration standing. So we'll be very quick. What I want to talk about today is data and what gets measured, gets managed, and gets acted upon. So what we as WBCSD are doing is trying to put in a framework in place that all companies, large SMEs, etc., that can use this data and framework to ensure that they are managing, measuring, and taking action on their performance and circularity. This is what we call the Global Circularity Protocol. It's an initiative that we are proudly taking up with the One Planet Network, which is hosted by UNEP. And for those of you who don't know, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, we are an organization that is led by businesses. We have 250 plus companies that are a part of WBCSD. We work with them to accelerate sustainability. And in this case, we are working with them to actually design a platform, a framework that can help companies in acting on circularity. I will skip the slides. I think all of us understand how important circularity is for revenues, for costs, as well as to ensure that we keep progressing. Just want to throw light on a platform that we set in place, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, which some of you would be knowing about. It's a way for companies to measure and to take action on their emissions. You would have heard about Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions. That's something that WBCSD co-led with WRI and put in place. We're doing a similar thing for the circularity space now, which we're calling the Global Circularity Protocol. And it is great that we've been supported by over 80 organizations and companies. You would see a number of companies that are a part of it on the bottom side. We also have governments. We've been blessed to have support from the Ministry of Environment in Japan. We also have NGOs and academic institutions who are supporting us. The idea behind having this framework is to have a robust one to ensure that we can take up issues that companies face across the globe. And it's very, very important that we have APAC in this initiative. We do have some companies from India, from Vietnam, from Japan, as well as Indonesia. However, this is a call to action, and we are very open to collaboration with governments as well as companies to ensure that we all take their inputs in making of this protocol that becomes a global norm for companies to report on. Just want to quickly say that this is a temporal plan for what we want to do. We have done an impact analysis and a landscape analysis of the circularity framework. What we want to do in the Global Circularity Protocol is to ensure that we are also looking at the societal impacts of actions, as long as companies are acting on circularity, but are also considering the environment and the society around them. Just to say that we've already published a series of circularity transition indicators for various sectors, for fashion, chemicals, textiles. So we have 5 years of work that has gone into making these indicators that we are now taking to the Global Circularity Protocol. What is important, and we treat it as very, very important, is to ensure that we have this loop with the financial markets, and so that we understand how the financial markets are also assessing companies on the basis of the action that they've taken on circularity. So we are sort of completing that loop with the financial markets. And I will again skip this bit on what impact and what benefits we see of the Global Circularity Protocol coming into place. But just a very big shout out to governments as well as companies here. We are very happy to build this framework which can be used voluntarily by companies to report and to measure their performance on circularity. But we do need companies to be a part of it rather than be an audience to it. And specifically, in all global discourse, the APAC voice is not very prevalent. So it would be very, very interesting to get some more APAC companies, some more APAC countries to be a part of this framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Surbhi. Thank you so much for really also bringing this idea of getting more and more private sector. So may I now request two of our very distinguished colleagues who will be part of this panel. Maybe I request other colleagues to take this seat there, but Madam and Sir, if you just stay back here. And to may I request Mr. Pankaj Sinha. Oh, when just one photo. After this. No, after this. Really, when? Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes. We have now Mr. Pankaj Sinha, who is representing the Indorama, who is also part of our network and chairing our task force on circular economy, and Ms. Sonia Kapoor-Arora from PwC to come to the stage. We have about 10 minutes. Time is a little limited, but I think we need to make use of whatever resources we have. Just Sonia, just. So thank you so much, Pankaj and Sonia. So I think the idea would be that we looked into various issues related to circular economy from the point of financing, technology, from the transition of the SMEs, from the partnership, the issues of education. So I think we have reflected on these points, but given your own work, may I start with Pankaj to give some reflection as to how do you see this whole transition that is happening, and what is the role that Indorama is playing, and of course, as a leader in this area, what are the things that you want to focus as we think about the solutions? Pankaj, you have maybe over 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sudeep. And I would like to tell everyone that circular economy is not a sprint. It is a marathon, so completing within 3 minutes is very, very difficult. And that too, you're talking about 1.4 billion Indians, because we are in India taking participation in the Asian conference, where our people, friends from eastern part and Japanese and across the Asia, they all are here, but the 1.4 billion people talking about the circularity is not so going to be easy. So anyway, so your question is that how Indorama, because we at Indorama, because we chair ESCAP, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, that chair we do it along with the UN. This is how I am here today. And Indorama, if you see the entire global map in terms of PET resin manufacturing company, where we are the largest recycling, bottle-to-bottle recycling company around the globe. Out of that, the moment, I appreciate the Honorable Member of Parliament, Ms. Manju Sharma has also explained about the SMEs and about the circular economy, the sustainability into the state. And Sri Atish Singh ji also has explained about the SMEs participation into that. We as a company, let me tell you that we need to learn from the SMEs, because as a large company, rather asking that what they are doing, because they are not doing any coal thermal power station. They are not importing a material, so they are actually doing a very clean business, B2B, very C2C, and very clean business. So it is we will have to give them a support. And in India, when we are talking about, it's not only SMEs, it is a micro and small industries. Recently in the budget, our finance minister has given the new definition of this MSME to SMEs and given the investment potential also highest. So I would just like to tell you that as a Indorama, we are globally manufacturing a recycling, having a recycling plant from B2B, from the post-consumer bottle we pick up and then again make back to the bottle, which is being done in Philippines with the Coca-Cola as a joint venture. And in India, we are also coming up with a PepsiCo, that is a Barun beverage, the largest bottlers in India, the joint venture. But unless the bottle is being collected, sorted by MSMEs, we will not be able to do anything. So we need to have a lot of support, as our last speaker has also very categorically has confirmed that if MSME or SMEs are not involved or not participating, that circular economy will be just a topic of speaking on such a stage and then going back after checking out. So over to my next participant.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you so much for highlighting the solution part and also the role that Indorama plays in our ESCAP's Circular Economy Task Force. May I now request Ms. Sonia Kapoor-Arora, who is representing DPWC here in India, to reflect some of the issues that to the finance, technology, and other aspects.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this such an important topic. I am Sonia Arora, working with PwC as Associate Director, and I work mostly in the transport sector. So basically, as PwC, we are providing policy advocacy services to various central government ministries like Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. In both the ministries, like we are working very hard to improve, or maybe we can say to improve the, to greening the transport sector and the circular economy, especially with the focus on the sustainability. So I'll just give you a brief example like what these two ministries are doing to improve this sector. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has come up with a policy called vehicle scrappage policy, in which they are putting pressure, or they are putting focus on to install various RVSF facilities in various states and cities, and they are providing some incentives to promote this circular economy, to give end-of-life cycle, life cycle to these vehicles in a better manner. Then in Ministry of Heavy Industries, they recently came up with the scheme called PM E-Drive scheme, in which they are providing a subsidy of around 10,000 crore to various private sector to promote the electric mobility. And this PM E-Drive scheme is again linked to the scrappage policy. If you will give the scrappage policy certificate, then you will get an extra subsidy for that particular sector. So in this way, we are helping Government of India to improve or to promote this circular economy in the transport sector. We are also helping various private sector organizations also, especially to promote electric bus, how to run these electric buses on PPP. So these are again the SMEs who want to run the electric buses on a long-term basis. So we are providing services to run the how to run the profitable business, especially in this sector, because these are very capital incentive projects, and you need a high capital investment to run these buses. So just to add one more point, sir, we are providing services to Government of India in terms of payment guarantee mechanism also. So MHI has came up with one scheme called Payment Security Mechanism, in which they are providing a guarantee to these operators to run their buses on PPP for maybe 10 to 12 years, because otherwise how will they get their money back? So that is a very, very unique initiative which they did, and we helped them to draft that policy. So in this way, we are helping various public sector and private sector to improve this circular economy and sustainability in transport sector. I'm happy to take questions if anybody.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Pankaj. I think given that we really now racing against our Jaipur declaration, we're starting within the next few minutes. Maybe with that, may I request Madam Honorable Manju Sharma ji to say some final words, and then we can conclude. Madam, please.
अभी मैंने सभी को सुना, और सबका अपना अपना एक अलग नज़रिया और अलग प्लानिंग्स हैं. सो मुझे लगता है कि आपने भी, मैं सोनिया, आपने भी जो बोला, सर पंकज सर ने भी जो बोला, मुझे लगता है कि सभी के हित की बात है. और कुछ चीज़ें जो मैं भी सर से बात कर रही थी, ये जो मंच है और ऐसे जो प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं, ऑब्वियसली इसमें एक दूसरे के बारे में जानते हैं और एक दूसरे के देश में क्या पॉलिसीज़ हैं, कैसे वो वर्क कर रहे हैं. सो कुछ चीज़ें नई हमको भी मिली हैं, और हमारे यहाँ से भी कुछ नई चीज़ आप लोग लेकर के जाएंगे. सो बहुत अच्छा ये प्रोग्राम है. आप सब अलग अलग दूर देशों से, 40 कंट्रीज से शायद हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं. सबका मैं वापस से, मेरे जयपुर शहर गुलाबी नगरी में पिंक सिटी के नाम से जाना जाता है, आप सबका फिर से मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ. और मेरी भारत सरकार का आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी, मेरी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, माननीय हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी, और सभी का मुझे यहाँ बुला के आप सब लोगों को सुनने का, और नए आइडियाज़ जो आए हैं, कुछ चीज़ें मैं भी बताऊंगी मेरे यहाँ भी मुझे जो अच्छी लगी, उसके लिए भी मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Honorable Ms. Manju Sharma ji, for really, again, inspiring with your thoughts. With that, we close it. As we prepare the podium now, may I request our other colleagues to have a quick photo before we can start. When Arab and Survi, if you just come here. In between, sir, you can already start preparing, please. Thank you. Thank you again for your really excellent presentation. And also,
for the last and final session for the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific, perhaps the most important one, because we will be in discussion for the adoption of the Jaipur Declaration. In a few minutes, we will be joined by Shri Tokan Sahuji, Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. We request all delegates to please take their seats. Arjun, you have the dice plan. You have the dice plan. Hoballa, Ravi. phone is down. I will as soon as the minister comes.
No. The plan is changed. The room is going to be changed.
The room is changing?
I have to say.
Okay.
Distinguished delegates, the Jaipur Declaration adoption session is going to be held in a different room, that is board room on first floor. Mr. Chaurasia, is that correct? It's a board room first floor. So we are requesting only the government delegates to move to that board room, and rest of the participants, please stay here. We will come back for the closing session and also declaring the Jaipur Declaration adoption. So is that clear? So I request all the government delegates to proceed to first floor board room. And I would also like to request the volunteers to kindly guide all the country delegates so that we can quickly reach to the room. Only the government delegates. They will not know it. First floor board room. I think we need to get out of the room as soon as possible. Yeah, thank you. And Anupam, yes, unfortunately, you have to move all these things.
अदर्स को अनाउंस कर देता हूँ वो करके देंगे In the meanwhile, all other participants, there is about 45 minutes. They can have one look of that exhibition and then come here by 4:45. That is better. Yes, everything is there. Okay, thank you. after deliberations and reports are finalized, again all these people will come here and summary of the finalized report will be shared with all participants here, including making a brief presentation on what we are doing, and that will be around 5:15 in between something. So I request around 5 all people come and be seated here. Right? Thank you.
Honorable Vice Minister, Mr. Yokata, please come to the stage.
Names of people is
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates on the dais, country delegates, thank you very much for all your support that we receive for the discussion on the Jaipur Declaration just preceding this Chairman Summary Adoption session. We have a formality, small formality to agree the Chair Summary as an outcome document of the forum. Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Mr. Manohar Lal, is chair of the forum, and today on behalf of him, we have on the stage the State Minister, Sri Tokon Sao, the Minister of State of Mohua. So, with your permission, Honorable Chair, I would like to go through page by page the chair summary that the drafting committee has prepared following the discussions and deliberations in each of the plenary session. So to go very quickly, I will request the Secretariat to put the page on the screen. The first page is about introduction. You have received the copy of the declaration, the chair summary. Any comments so far in page number 1? It is just the introduction, a little bit giving the background of the 12th Regional 3R Forum. If none, we go to page number 2 that talks about the pre-events, side events and technical exhibition. I request if there are any editorial suggestions to be made, please write to the Secretariat. You can give it now in a small piece of paper or you can email us. We can do the necessary corrections later on. So in case we have missed out any of the side events, please let us know also. So we have altogether 8 side events in this forum and also a technical exhibition which was inaugurated by Honorable Sri Manohar Lal, Minister of Mohua. And also please see in page number 3, page number 4 and 5, we have listed the number of countries, the name of the countries which have joined the forum. So if I missed out any country, please immediately alert us. The necessary corrections will be made. So now we are in page 3. So none, we can move to page number 4, the opening session. Page 4 and page 5 basically the opening remarks, special addresses by the dignitaries. So if there are any factual mistakes, please send us the corrections to the Secretariat. Page number 6. I see there are none. Page number 7. These are basically the addresses by honorable dignitaries. Page number 8 starts with keynote address by Professor Shinichi Sakai, paragraph number 15. Then high-level statements, para number 16. Statement by Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, followed by ministers and other dignitaries. So if there are any comments, editorial suggestions, please send it to the Secretariat. Page 10 and 11. None. So now we get into the plenary sessions. You may have some inputs and comments. Either you can raise here now or you can send the inputs by email. So after the ministerial statement session, I would like to draw your attention that the ministerial statement by other countries to be added here is currently not added here because it's going to be quite long. So the Secretariat will add all the ministerial statements. Plenary session number 2 and plenary session number 3, page 12. I would like to point out here that all the presentations for each of the plenary session will be posted in the UNCRD forum website. You can actually refer. This is just a brief summary, one paragraph summary of the plenary sessions. If none, then we go to page number 13. Plenary session number 4 and keynote address 2. If none, then we go to page number 14. Page number 14, the plenary session 5, nature-based solutions, and there was a special session by also the Government of India. If none, then we go to page number 15, the country breakout sessions. We had 5 country breakout sessions. Here actually you may have some comments, so please email to us. We will do the necessary corrections. Page number 16, the rest of the country breakout sessions, then followed by a technical site visit yesterday that you all joined. Page number 17, we had actually launch of couple of reports this morning, this second state of the 3R and also ESCAP's report on unlocking the potential economic benefits of circular economy. Then special sessions by Government of India. We had 6 thematic roundtables, page number 17 up to page number 19. Here also in the roundtables, parallel roundtables, you may have some comments, please email to us. Some factual mistakes, figures, etc. So this draft chair summary is issued, that is why without formal editing, so we will do the necessary editing later on. Plenary session number 8, it is currently missing here. But the Secretariat will add the summary of the plenary session number 8 because we couldn't manage to incorporate, but it is there. Sorry, it is good. Okay, I am reading the little bit old version. So, plenary session number 9, any comments? This is about SMEs. Page number 19, 20, 21, up to 22, the way forward. Actually, it is written by the Secretariat. It is not part of the discussions. It is just a way forward how we go from here with regard to Jaipur Declaration, with regard to all the recommendations that emerge from each of the plenary sessions. It's a way forward. So this is also subjected to your inputs or any editorial suggestions that will be happy to take on board. With this thing, I think we finish the introduction about the chair summary. I would now like to request our Honorable Chair to declare the chair summary adopted, and also I would like to request our Honorable Chair to declare the Jaipur Declaration adopted, both the things. Honorable Chair.
Should I speak? Should I speak, Chairman?
Yes. Oh, the Minister is speaking, no? Yes, speak.
Esteemed delegates and participants, the Jaipur Declaration has been unanimously adopted by the member countries. A guidance document has been prepared to suggest indicative strategies to countries as per national policies, circumstances, and capabilities. A collaborative knowledge platform as a global alliance C3, that is Cities Coalition for Circularity, has also been agreed upon. Now it gives me immense pleasure to announce adoption of Jaipur Decadal Declaration today, 5th March 2025. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, representatives of the countries, representatives of international organizations, it is in fact a great privilege to co-organize this 12th forum in collaboration with the Government of India, UN ESCAP and other supporting partners. At the outset, I would like to express on behalf of UNCD UNDESA our deep appreciation to the Government of India, in particular the Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, to co-organize the forum in this wonderful facility, in this wonderful city of Jaipur. Our deepest appreciation to all the officials and staff of MOHUA who worked very hard hand to hand with UNCRD to make the forum a grand success. Among others, specifically the Joint Secretary Ms. Rupa Misra and Mr. Vinay Jha, the Director, and all other supporting staffs of MOHUA, they actually played an incredible role in making the forum a grand success. I would like to request you all to give a grand applause to these two personalities who played the pivotal role in having this forum successfully organized. I would also like to express our deep appreciation to all the officials and the staffs of the Rajasthan state government and also the Jaipur city government to provide such an excellent logistic support and local support in smoothly organizing this forum. As you know, the Rajasthan government is a supporting partner in organizing this forum. We should not forget also all the staffs of the RIC, the Rajasthan International Center, those who are quietly working behind the scene, those who are helping all of us, finding the rooms, finding the meeting rooms, all other logistics supports. I think they have been playing a very important role also to make the forum a grand success. I would also like to recognize the tremendous hard work done by the staffs of NIUA, National Institute for Urban Affairs, led by Parimita De. It's such today, the chair summary that you saw today is actually the result of the hard work by Parimita De and her team. So please give them a big round of applause. So it is an incredible moment that today the Jaipur Declaration was smoothly adopted, though we had a little bit differences, but it's very the healthy part of any democratic process. So I would like to, on behalf of UNCD, also like to thank all the member countries who joined, in fact since last 2 years, who had immensely contributed in crafting this 10-year declaration. It is a little bit voluminous declaration. 14 pages is actually the part of the declaration. Then there are supporting, the guiding note, couple of guiding notes are there. So that is why it has become a voluminous that we have been debating. So this is, I would say, this is an incredible declaration, even though it is a voluminous. It really helps the member country to chart a pathway in advancing the circular economy in Asia Pacific. I think to me, it is one of the rare declarations that to see in such a comprehensive way, encompassing all the aspects of the circular economy and covering all the waste streams. I recall Honorable Chair, the Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, he was saying in his opening remarks, the 3R and circular economy are not just the environmental necessity, it is an economic opportunity that fosters resilience, innovations, and also the long-term prosperity. It is that we have now with us the Jaipur 3R declaration for next 10 years. I think we have tremendous moral obligations to make it smoothly implemented. The national governments, the state governments, the private and business sector who are also part of this forum, the academic mass, the civil society who are also part of this forum have a tremendous role to translate these recommendations made in the Jaipur Declaration into ground actions. Every citizen, if you see there are some strategies and actions which are around even the citizens, a small change in the lifestyle can bring tremendous implications with regard to our sustainability of the natural ecosystem and the resources. So this is a very umbrella and comprehensive declaration, and from now onwards, from next forum onwards, the countries will be requested to voluntarily report, because it is a voluntary and legally non-binding declarations. Your reporting process is also voluntary. So all the countries will be requested to report their progress, the various achievements with regard to each of the goals of this Jaipur Declaration. So I thank you once again. I think in case I have forgotten any of the stakeholders, those who have actively contributed, our presentators, our experts, those who are working behind this screen, and all the rapporteurs I mentioned, and all others, I think I would once again like to convey our deepest appreciation for your support, and hopefully we'll see you in the next forum. We couldn't actually or announce the host of the next forum. I think in course of time, you will be able to know the next host is the host for the 13th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia Pacific. With this, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much. I would like to now invite Madam Dr. Rupa Chanda, the Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of UNESCA, for her closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and friends, I would like to sincerely express our appreciation for your active engagement and strong support in successfully concluding the high-level 12th 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia-Pacific. This forum has shown us the critical significance of bringing Asia-Pacific voices together on the 3R and CE for advancing the SDGs. I'm pleased that you all have highlighted important messages that will guide the 3R and circular economy strategies and plans to support the acceleration of the SDGs by 2030 and beyond. Some of the important messages: participants have underscored the need to bring national contexts in shaping regional 3R and circular economy related cooperation, especially in advancing partnerships for circular economy. Panelists and participants have also emphasized the need for a systematic, whole of society and whole of government approach, especially bringing in the private sector to achieve the goals around 3R and circular economy. Now that we have adopted the Jaipur Declaration, its success will really rely on the implementation strategies and their advancement across all priority sectors and at all levels of government. We need to redouble our efforts in sharing knowledge, best practices, in developing capacities to support national and regional initiatives. Distinguished delegates, please allow me to acknowledge important partners and contributors as we close this forum today. First of all, I'd like to thank the Government of India, the Government of Japan, the Government of Rajasthan for their warm welcome and hospitality. Secondly, of course, we are grateful to all the participants, as I've mentioned, for your very solution-focused suggestions in advancing the 3R and circular economy agenda, and for your insights on strategies and policies that will help us advance the 2030 SDG agenda. I'd like to thank you all for sharing your insights on this important theme. The engagement of participants has been instrumental in shaping the way forward for this forum. On behalf of ESCAP, I would like to say that we stand ready to work with governments and all relevant stakeholders to take forward the key messages that have emerged and to help implement the Jaipur Declaration, as well as the follow-ups through our regional platforms. Through the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, we will continue to work with the private sector and all stakeholders in shaping the implementation dimension of the Jaipur Declaration. Finally, I'd like to thank my colleagues at ESCAP for their immense support all throughout, UNDESA, UNCRD, along with all our local partners for actively assisting in the preparations for this forum. I look forward to your continued engagement, and we thank you for your time and attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam. Now, I would like to, before I request Honorable Vice Minister for Global Environmental Affairs, Minister of the Environment of Japan, Mr. Yokata Matsuzawa, I would like to mention Ministry of the Environment of Japan is the main donor behind this Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia Pacific since 2009, its inception. So more than 1.5 decades. So please give a big round of applause to the Minister of Environment of the Government of Japan. Thank you. Mr. Matsuzawa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellency Shri Manohar Lal, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Your Excellency Shri Token Saf, Minister of State, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, His Excellency Trevor Hedre Manemahaga, Minister of Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management and Meteorology of Solomon Islands, Excellency Maina Bakha Taria, Minister of Home Affairs, Climate Change and Environment of Tuvalu, Excellency Ahmed Nizam, Deputy Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy of Maldives, and distinguished delegates and senior government representatives from Asia and the Pacific countries. All participants from international organizations, business and academic sectors, and NGOs. Today, I'm honored to make remarks on the closing of the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs of India, the state government of Rajasthan, UNDESA, UNCRD, and UNESCAP for providing cooperation to hosting the forum. The 12th forum is the opportunity to adopt the new declaration for the first time in over 10 years since Hanoi Declaration had been adopted in the 4th forum in 2013 in Vietnam. Therefore, this is the milestone forum to set up goals towards circular economy for the next 10 years. I'm very pleased that we successfully held this commemorative forum here in Jaipur, India, under the strong leadership of Your Excellency Shri Manohar Lal, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. I'm also glad to see that around 1,000 people from 35 countries gathered and had fruitful discussions for the 3 days. Transition to circular economies can catalyze a transformational change to address urgent environmental challenges we are now faced with and contribute to achieving the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and the other international environmental agreements. Jaipur Declaration, adopted at this forum, provides us with a framework to advance transition to circular economies and improve resource efficiency in Asia and the Pacific in the next critical 10 years from 2025 to 2035. More importantly, this declaration and the guidance document are inclusive documents that accommodate opinions from all relevant countries and participants throughout the forum and a series of prior consultations held in each region. I understand that the declaration and the guidance document acknowledges that all countries are voluntarily committed to take collective action altogether across national boundaries towards transition to circular economies, and therefore I'm deeply impressed that such an epoch-making declaration and guidance document are endorsed by everyone. I hope that the Jaipur Declaration will help us establish international circular economy networks and further promote 3R and transition to circular economies, leading to sustainable development of the Asia and Pacific region. Japan continues to work with all of you for further advancing proper waste management, 3R and circular economy activities, and for sharing each country's experiences, knowledges, and technologies within the Asia-Pacific regions by using the forum. I'd like to conclude my remarks by expecting that the forum will evolve to serve as a platform where all relevant stakeholders can actively share information in the region. Finally, I hope you all will have a safe trip to your home country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister Masujaga, for your remarks. Now, before I give the floor to Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, we have a small video, audio video to show how the forum went on. I would like to request the Secretary to please play. It's a 3-minute video, right? Yeah.
इस एशिया प्रांत क्षेत्र के लिए 12वें क्षेत्रीय 3R और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम के इस विशिष्ट मंच पर आप सभी का मैं स्वागत करता हूं, आप सभी का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। न केवल राजस्थान या भारत के लिए बल्कि पूरे क्षेत्र के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है।
कि यहाँ देश भर के सभी राज्य, सभी प्रमुख शहर, केंद्र शासित प्रदेश इस अवसर के सब भागीदार बने हैं और एक सशक्त और एकीकृत भारत की भावना ये दर्शाती है।
वर्तमान समय में हमारी पृथ्वी के सामने सबसे बड़ी चुनौती जलवायु परिवर्तन, प्रदूषण और संसाधनों की कमी है। इन समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए हमें एक नवीन दृष्टिकोण अपनाने की आवश्यकता है। इस दृष्टिकोण को ध्यान में रखते हुए 3R सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम की स्थापना की गई है।
समय आ गया है कि अपनी जो पारंपरिक प्रथाएं हैं उन प्रथाओं में मॉडर्न इनोवेशन, आज नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी, इसके माध्यम से इनोवेशन करके और पुनर्जीवित करें और कॉन्शियस कंजम्पशन, एफिशिएंट रिसाइकलिंग सिस्टम एंड एनवायरमेंटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, इसको बढ़ावा दें।
कोई भी काम जनता से संबंधित हो, संस्कारों में नहीं डालेंगे तब तक उसे सफलता नहीं मिलती। और मुझे कहते हुए गर्व है कि मेरे शहर के अंदर वो संस्कार आ रहे हैं और मेरे देश के अंदर भी वो संस्कार आ रहे हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के बाद इसके लिए हम सब लोग गौरवान्वित हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा इस बात का समर्थन किया है कि सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को अपनाकर ही भारत को या किसी भी देश को आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर अग्रसर किया जा सकता है।
औद्योगिकरण के कारण या हमारी आवश्यकता के कारण हमारे घटते हुए जंगल, घटते हुए हमारे पहाड़, सिकुड़ती हुई हमारी नदियां, ये हमारे वायुमंडल पर बहुत प्रभाव डाल रही है। हमने इसके संरक्षण के लिए निश्चित रूप से काम करना है। हमारी संस्कृति में हम पहाड़ों को भी पूजते हैं, हम नदियों को भी पूजते हैं, हम वृक्षों को भी पूजते हैं और इसीलिए हमने इन सभी में देवता का वास भी मानते हैं और उसके आधार पर हमारी संस्कृति में इन सबका संरक्षण करना बहुत आवश्यक होता है।
इसका उद्देश्य सस्टेनेबल कंजम्पशन को बढ़ावा देना, वेस्ट को कम करना और इंडिविजुअल एवं कम्युनिटी लेवल पर एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली प्रैक्टिसेस, इसके माध्यम से एक इको कॉन्शियस लाइफस्टाइल को प्रोत्साहित करना था। इसको एक ग्लोबल मूवमेंट बनाने की घोषणा की प्रधानमंत्री।
मुख्यमंत्री सद्भावना केंद्रों के जरिए नागरिकों को अनुपयोगी वस्तुओं के दान और पुनः उपयोग की सुविधा दी जा रही है।
2 अक्टूबर 2014 प्रधानमंत्री जी ने शुरू किया था और उस समय जो पहला प्रोग्राम उन्होंने रखा ODF का, देश के 15 अगस्त के लाल किला के भाषण में प्रधानमंत्री ने जब इसकी घोषणा की, उस समय लोग बहुत हैरान थे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कौन सा विषय पकड़ लिया, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के लेवल का थोड़ा ही है। लेकिन वही विषय आज देश और दुनिया के लिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण बना है। आज 10 करोड़ नए शौचालय गांव-गांव को सबको ODF करना, ये बहुत बड़ा एक ऐसा अचीवमेंट आज हमारा है।
नई तकनीकी के साथ जन भागीदारी लाकर जनता में अवेयरनेस लाएंगे और इस प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाएंगे।
सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी हमारे वर्तमान और भविष्य की जरूरतें हैं। पर्यावरण को बचाने के साथ साथ आर्थिक स्थिरता और सामाजिक विकास का आधार भी बनेगी। मैं इस फोरम के सह आयोजक भारत सरकार, जापान सरकार, UN, ESCAP, UNCRD का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
भारत ने G20 समिट की मेजबानी की, जिसका विषय था वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, अर्थात वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। तो तेरी माँ कशी फकत फतेही तागिया तुमास कामवान इतुलसी और कुन। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Such a wonderful video. I think it raised the standards for the next 3-hour forum to be held next year. Thank you so much. I would now like to request Honorable State Minister of Mohua, Sri Tokan Sahu, to give the concluding and closing remarks. Honorable State Minister, floor is yours.
मंच पर विराजमान जापान के वाइस मिनिस्टर मिस्टर युताका जी, राजस्थान के मंत्री सम्माननीय खर्रा साहब, श्री राजेश यादव जी, मिस रूपा मिश्रा जी, विदेश से आए हुए सभी प्रतिभागीगण, सभी पत्रकार साथी, आज इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम के समापन पर उपस्थित होकर मुझे गर्व और संतोष का अनुभव हो रहा है। यहाँ 12वां क्षेत्रीय 3R और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम एशिया और प्रशांत क्षेत्र के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक पल रहा है। हमने यहाँ पर्यावरण संरक्षण, संसाधनों के सतत उपयोग और अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन के माध्यम से एक बेहतर भविष्य की दिशा में कई महत्वपूर्ण चर्चाएं और विचार विमर्श किए हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं कि आज के समय में 3R, रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रिसाइकल और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की अवधारणा केवल एक विकल्प नहीं बल्कि एक आवश्यकता है। यह फोरम हमें यह याद दिलाता है कि हमारे प्रयासों से ही हम प्रकृति और मानवता के बीच संतुलन बना सकते हैं। पिछले 3 दिनों में इस फोरम के दौरान हमने एशिया और प्रशांत क्षेत्र के विभिन्न देशों के विशेषज्ञों, नीति निर्माताओं और हितधारकों से सीखा और साझा किया। हमने नवीनतम तकनीकों, सर्वोत्तम प्रथाओं और भविष्य की रणनीतियों पर चर्चा की। हमने कई प्रदर्शनियों के माध्यम से 3R के दैनिक जीवन में अनुप्रयोगों को देखा, समझा और जाना। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की मंशा के अनुरूप सिटीज 2.0 के तहत हुए समझौतों से शहरों को 3R एवं सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के सस्ते, टिकाऊ और सफल मॉडल विकसित करने में मदद मिलेगी। यह साझा ज्ञान और सहयोग ही हमारे सामूहिक लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने की कुंजी बनेगा। मुझे ऐसा विश्वास है। मैं सभी प्रतिभागियों, वक्ताओं और आयोजकों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में अपना योगदान दिया। विशेष रूप से राजस्थान सरकार और जयपुर शहर सहित मैं उन सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूं, जिन्होंने इस आयोजन को इतना यादगार बनाया। आइए हम इस फोरम से प्राप्त ज्ञान और प्रेरणा को अपने अपने देशों और समुदायों में ले जाएं। हमें यह सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि हमारे प्रयासों से न केवल आज बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी एक स्थायी और समृद्ध भविष्य का निर्माण हो। एक बार फिर आप सभी का धन्यवाद। आइए हम मिलकर एक बेहतर कल की ओर कदम बढ़ाएं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
So with this concluding remarks by Honorable State Minister, I think we can close this meeting, and we wish all the foreign delegates, international delegates, also including the national delegates, have a safe trip back to your home. So we'll be communicating with you with regard to the final chair summary, and also the declaration. All will be mailed to you in due course. And please keep on watching the UNCID website, where all the updated information, including many photos and videos that you witness, will be also featured in our website. Thank you so much.